All right, let's go ahead and get started with roll call, please.
President Schmidt.
Here.
Trustee Johnston.
Here.
Trustee Mendez.
Here.
Trustee Garcia.
Here.
Trustee Charles.
Here.
Robert, would you like to lead us in the flag salute?
Sure. Right hand over your heart. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
I know. Jump the boards,
And we have no public in the audience, therefore I would assume there's no public verbal comment. So we'll get to the general discussion and review of board governance standards and protocols. Mr. DeShawn.
Well, good morning, everybody. I don't know. I think most of you know Leslie DeMercer, who has been, okay, she's shaking her head. No, Leslie is a former Palm Springs Unified School District Board member, which is where she and I met 2 or 3 years ago.
At least,
Yeah, 85. She, as part of her role on the Palm Springs board, she went on and worked for many years with CSBA, became president of CSBA, and retired somewhere in there from being a board member, but never left quite CSBA.
No.
She tried.
Yeah, I did.
She really tried. In fact, when I called her about this meeting, she said she had retired from CSBA, and you could see that worked. Because here she is, representing CSBA, and here to work with what she has done for many years and many, many boards, developing board protocols, working with boards that are newly formed, and working with experienced boards. I think you've run the gamut from boards that have been together for years to boards that are brand new, and this is a relatively new board, really, in terms of everybody. And in terms of everybody working together, it really is a new board. So I can't say enough about how good Leslie is at what she does, that she understands the role of a board member probably as well as anybody in the state, really.
Well, I don't know if
It's
that's
done much of the masters in governance training and really kind of has it down. So we're very privileged to have Leslie here. I was afraid she was going to say it was unworkable. I tried to bribe her on the side so we could pay you in donuts or whatever for CSBA. So I think I'll just turn it over to you, Leslie, and let you go through how you want people to introduce themselves.
Well, thank you, Elliot. And as Elliot said, I have been, since I left the officers' positions in CSBA, my own term of office was in Palm Springs. I think I mentioned that to everybody on the board in 1999. So since 2000, I have been doing governance training for CSBA and doing these kinds of workshops in districts where we come in and we take our effective governance system and apply it specifically to your interests and to what you want to do. I also am a faculty member, as Elliot said, in the Masters in Governance program, which is our large 9-unit program where you learn about each of the jobs that they do and that you are responsible for as a board. So I am responsible for the foundations class, which is the very first class, which is a little bit similar to what we're going to be talking about today, except it's theoretical, because we're talking to a group of 45 people who are from districts all over the state, so we can't get specific there. I'm also in community relations and advocacy, so I do that workshop. Over the years, I've really taught most of them, but I've settled in foundations, community relations and advocacy, and then the last one, which we call governance integration, where we tie everything together. And so Bob Kane, a retired superintendent, is my partner in both foundations and in governance integration. And he now is doing he's doing some of this work as well, because we very, very short-handed. We only have one full-time CSBA consultant to do 1,000 school districts in the state of California. And she said that's making her a little busy. So we've got a couple of other people. So what we're going to be talking about today is your governance framework. Who are you? Who's Jurupa Unified School District? What do you want to be? What do you want for your students here? What are the legal roles and responsibilities of the board and the staff, the superintendent? Where do you come together? Where do you diverge? And how do you bring that all together so that everybody's carrying out their rightful role? So that's our opportunity today. And these are my favorite kinds of workshops because this is, we call these good beginnings workshops. This is an opportunity to get off and a really good start creating your own framework. I've been doing this long enough. I've got lots of ideas of things that other districts have done, but I don't come with any prescriptions. It's all about you deciding what's important to you and how you're going to work. So what you have in front of you is the white, the board members and Elliot have a white folder. I have all the same materials for the rest of the staff. I don't know why they only gave me 6 folders, but you have all the same materials. So in the folder on the left-hand side, there are, on both sides actually, there are some handouts that we'll be getting into as we move throughout the day. You also have a green booklet like this. This booklet is full of a lot of information about the effective governance system. I'm going to pop in and out of it during the day, but we're not going to spend all day trying to read through this. It really is a resource for you, something you can go back and take a look at and think about as we're moving through the day. You also have, I think it's on the right-hand side at the very, very back, you have a page that looks like this, a colored page. This is what we call at CSBA our effective governance system. Elliot remembers it, I'm sure, when it looked more like an eye chart and nobody could figure out what the heck it was. So we, over the last 3 years, have defined it a little differently. And all of our work at CSBA around governance is based on this chart. So if you think about it, there are 7 components to this chart, starting and everything leading toward what's on the right-hand side. What are you working toward? What's that say?
Success for students.
Success for all students, for each child. You're trying to get to the point where it's success for each child. And so when we think about governance teams, which is what this entire body is here, Elliot works directly with the board, the other staff work, you work with Elliot and then indirectly with the board to accomplish all of this work. So when we think about how this all works, it all starts with the individuals. Any organization starts with who are the individuals that make this up. And those attributes that you see listed there are the kinds of attributes that individuals have to develop in order to be effective and be able to transition over to this collaborative team, this collaborative supportive team, which is the governance team, the board and superintendent working together to accomplish the work of the board. And that's where we're going to be spending our time today, in this green box. So we're going to be talking about what does an effective team look like, what do you want to, what are the kinds of norms and protocols that you want to have in place so that those things happen. So we're going to be talking about those 4 things in that box, which are roles and responsibilities, unity of purpose, positive governance culture. How do you build and sustain a positive governance culture? I've been in plenty of districts where there is not a positive governance culture, and I can promise you that when it doesn't work at the top here with these 6 people, that spills all the way through the district. In my first 5 years on my board, we did not have a positive governance culture in Hot Springs. And what that led to was a great deal of confusion and anxiety on the part of the staff. When my first 2 years, I was a swing vote between 2 people who said up, the other 2 said down, and I was left in the middle, the new kid on the block, trying to figure out where to go here. And that was very, very difficult. So the whole point of this is saying this body has to work collectively very well. That doesn't mean that it's always going to be 5-0 votes, but it does mean that there is a way of behaving and there are processes to follow that help you be this professional group. Once we've figured all of that out, then you come over here and you have 5 responsibilities. We're going to talk about those responsibilities, and those are listed in the purple box. So those are the 5 responsibilities of the board. I think I may have told some of you, when I was elected in 1985 and you said to somebody, well, what does the school board do? The answer was, you set policy and you don't micromanage. Hey, I won't. What is that? Okay, I won't. I don't know what that is. So around that time, it was just shortly after that, probably in the late 80s, that Davis Campbell, who was the CEO of CSBA at that time, convened a nationwide body of CEOs from other state associations and board members from state associations all over the country. And they developed the role, what they call the role of the board. Here we are, a country that is unique. We have elected school board members all over this country. And in 1985, 86, 87, and all before that, we had no idea what the role of the board was. So it was at that point that these 5 things were identified as what the role is. The board sets the direction, says this is what we want. That's the big vision. They say the board is responsible for voting to establish the structure for the district. You vote on policies. You hire personnel, you vote. So establishing the structure for the school board means voting. That's how you do it. So you adopt the budget, you do all of those things. The next thing is you create the supporting environment, because once you've got your direction or your action plans that you've adopted, once you've got the structure in place, everything that it takes to get that action in place, now the staff is going to go to work. And when the staff and students are working, that's where the board has to make sure that this is a good place to work. That there aren't a lot of gotchas going on, that everybody is aware of all of those things. And so we're going to have that creative supporting environment. And once as the work is being implemented, the staff is also, in those action plans, they've got some accountability measures built in. So they're going to bring those progress reports back to you. They're going to show you whether the things are working or not. You're going to hear those reports. And that's how you ensure accountability. We're going to talk about this a little bit later. And then the other responsibility is, are you elected officials in this community? Yes. So you have a responsibility to demonstrate community leadership, to make sure that not only you, but that the entire district is making sure the community knows what's going on. What is the direction we're going? What is it taking to do that? How are we working? And how are we doing? So these are the 5 things. At the end of the day, I'm going to ask you to all recite without looking at, but we'll have talked about it before then, what the 5 responsibilities of the board are. We're going to talk about it again, so don't get worried. And then you apply these 5 responsibilities in all, this is all the stuff that a school district does. And you apply these 5 responsibilities in all of these different things in this turquoise box that the district does. So we'll talk a little bit about that, but this is really, this turquoise box, that's what the Masters in Governance program is, how the board carries out its responsibilities in each of those different functions. So we have one on community relations and advocacy. We have a class on human resources, and we have one on finance. And that one is always handled by School Services of California. It is, they are supreme, and it's the only all-day class now. All of our other Masters in Governance program classes are half-day. So those 5. And then, are there current trends and issues that are affecting you? Have you seen some in your tenure? Elliot?
Hundreds.
Hundreds, thousands. Back in 1980, I think it was probably 88 or 89, I was on the Committee on Credentials, which is like the expulsion hearing committee for the Commission on Teacher Credentialing, and there are 7 people on that committee. And one of them, there were 2 teachers, 2 public members, an administrator. Anyway, there were 7 of us. I don't know, and maybe 2 administrators, and then a school board member. And one of the teachers was a math teacher from Buena Park, and she looked at me. This is way back. This is probably maybe in the 90s or probably early 90s. And she looked at me at one point and said, "In the 90s, more than a decade ago, I'm as reformed as I can get. I cannot reform anymore." And now think of what has happened in the last decade. So that's why it becomes really important understanding these current trends and issues. So having to understand and be able to do all of these things is what's going to help this body get to success for all students and really get there together. So the way we're going to do it today, we're going to do a little welcome, get acquainted activity. I'm doing the overview of the workshop right now. We will develop some meeting guidelines. We think it's really important when a group of adults gets together to discuss important work that we have guidelines about how we're going to communicate with each other in that arena so that it's a safe place. And facilitators speak, that's called creating a safe space so that everybody can say whatever they need to say, put it on the table, and we can discuss it and nobody feels embarrassed or any of those things. So we'll establish some meeting guidelines. The workshop objectives, for me, it is about developing a collaborative, supportive partnership, particularly among the 6 Elliott and the 5 board members, but also with this administrative team, because you have to be in sync, and everybody has to be doing their own, they're carrying out their own responsibilities, but you've got to be in sync with each other. So I want to make sure that I'm clear about where you are, so we'll do that real quickly as well in terms of that. I want to spend a few minutes talking about public education and citizen governance because of the unique situation that we're in this country and the unique roles that you have taken on in the world, really. There's no place else that does this except our country. There's a quote that we're going to talk about that talks about what a school board is and what it does, and we'll talk about that for a second. But then the bulk of our day is going to be right here, creating this framework for you based on this green section of the effective governance system. So we'll talk about unity of purpose. We're going to talk about roles and responsibilities. We're going to discuss what kind of norms you want so that when people look in at this body, how do you want to be perceived? What do you want them to think about you? How do you want to feel, people to think? I've been asked from time to time to come to board meetings and just observe, and at the end they'll say, well, how do you think we did? And the answer sometimes, and at least in my head, even if I didn't say it out loud, is if you'd been a student in Palm Springs Unified School District and had exhibited that kind of behavior to another individual, you would have been suspended or expelled. So it is, even though sometimes we get heated, even though sometimes we're very passionate about things, there still needs to be this respectful place. You're conducting the most important work there is. And then there need to be processes so that everybody knows what to expect. You have some protocols in place, I think, and we'll talk about whichever those are. We'll talk about whichever ones you want to put in place. At the end, then, we're just going to recap and we'll talk about next steps. So this doesn't just become a 6-hour workshop that we're done. Okay, did that. Goes away. So whatever work we've accomplished today, you want to keep it ongoing. You want to review it, renew it, keep it alive and well. Nothing here that we're doing is going to be written and etched in stone on the front of the building. So it's all your work and you can change it. There's an evaluation, pink evaluation sheet on the right-hand side of your folder. We'll be doing that at the end to do a little plus delta about what was helpful and what wasn't for you. And then we'll adjourn at 3 o'clock. So are there any questions about that kind of outline for the day? Everybody's okay? Okay, so what time, we started at 9, so what time do you need a break? 10:30? Okay, is everybody good with 10:30? Okay, so I need somebody to tell me when it's 10:15, because here's my problem. I don't ever stop the breaks. So there needs to be somebody at this table that says, Leslie, it's 10:15, and so I can wind us down to get to the break at 10:30, or we'll go rolling right through it, and then everybody will be squirming. So who would like to be the timekeeper?
I'll do it.
Okay, Tammy, right? Tammy with an I.
You can see the
With Y,
flag.
right?
Why?
Tammy with a Y. Okay. And then what time is lunch? Noon. Okay, so we're going to have lunch at noon. And so let's say 11:45. Do you want to just be the timekeeper all day, Tammy? You okay with that?
Sure.
Okay, so at 11:45, so that we can, so that I actually let you stop and have it. Because then people really get cranky. If they haven't had a break and they don't get lunch, then the afternoon just doesn't go well. So, okay, and then this afternoon, the first thing when we come back, we need to set our afternoon break, and then I'll schedule we can do, actually we can do this here though, at 2:45, so we can get here. I'm going to put you there, Tammy, as well, and then at 3 o'clock we're going to adjourn. Okay, so we're ready to get into it. Okay, in the handouts that you have, not in the booklet, but in the handouts, you have a page that says Jurupa Unified School District. On the top it says, good morning, let's get acquainted. We're going to start with the board president, Cheryl. What is that? That's not clockwise. Counterclockwise, thank you. Already I'm losing it. We're going to come counterclockwise around the room, and I want people to just go down to the line. We're not going to do the get started yet. So we're going to stop at the line and answer those 5 questions. That I have been involved with the school district for how many years? If you went to kindergarten in Jurupa Unified School District, that's when you started forming impressions. That's when you started having opinions. If it was when your own children started school here, whenever you started forming opinions about this district in a consistent way, that's what I'm talking about. So whatever it was, whether, think about how long that is. And then in your non-school district life, work and play, if any of you have time to play, you can tell us about that if you'd like to. And then the last one is my blackmail question. One thing no one in this group knows about you that you're willing to share. So in a workshop a few years ago, the superintendent in that district shared that he had started the largest food fight ever in the history of USC when he attended there. In another district, way out in a desert, there was a retired sheriff on the board, and he was the board president. So he started out by saying he had spent time in jail when he was 18, 19, 20 years old, right? He spent a couple of nights in jail. And as we went around the room, everybody had been in jail. and I'm going, I'm sure glad that the room looks like this. So it's that kind of thing that you're willing to share. So are you ready, Linda, or do you need to think?
Yes, it is. Hey, my name is Cheryl. I've lived in the district, or in the area for 16 years, and been involved with the school district for 16 years. In my non-school district life, I teach blind and visually impaired for San Bernardino County, And one thing that no one in this group knows about me,
You can go back to elementary school. You can, were you a Girl Scout, campfire girl, horseback rider, baton thrower?
I was a cheerleader in high school. Unfortunately.
I tried out for cheerleading, didn't make it. Yeah.
Donna?
So my well, my name is Donna Lynn Johnston. My maiden name is Skinner. And as I was growing up, they called us Donna Lynn. I grew up in Delaware, which is right in the middle between the north and the south. So I had a little bit of both, north and south. So all my family members had different accents. We came from different parts of the country, and I was a city cousin. I've lived in Jurupa Valley for 36 years. Came out here after my husband got out of the service. He was in the Navy. And my in-laws had moved out from Nebraska because most of their family was here already. Many of their family members worked at Disneyland. Let's see, one thing that nobody knows about me.
How long have you been involved with the school?
Oh, with the school since about 1983, when my first child started.
Okay, so how many years is that? Who's the mathematician here? 1983.
Well, my youngest graduated in
32?
Good job.
32.
2003, so I kind of have a gap there because I worked for the county, even though we worked with Office on Education. It was pretty much if they needed support or money for something, we did a conference for youth, and we involved districts all over the county. And so I guess we did maintain some support to schools.
And what do you do for work or play?
What I do the most is, and I'm a very quiet person, I read a lot, and so I bet I read for 4 hours a day. And it's usually, I just finished Killing Patton, and my father fought World War II, so I'm very interested in that, and it was a real, my dad had talked to me a lot about the end of the war, but this really showed how it happened with all the different armies, and so it was really interesting, and it took me a couple of days. I can read a book in a couple of days. And my husband and I have a Harley since I'm retired, and I enjoy going out and riding. And
Is that one thing that no one in the group knows about you?
yeah.
Thank you. Memo?
Memo Mendez. I've been in the district actually living in the area for 26 years, and working, must be 28, because it's been 28 since I started with the district. So 28 years in living in the district, 28 years with the district. And something that people don't know, they pretty much know everything about me, I think.
No, I've been involved with the school district. You've been involved with the school district?
For 28 years.
Okay.
28 and 28.
Okay.
And I was, during the summer, my parents used to take me to pick crops up in the Central Valley, because they said that that's what my dad did, and they wanted me to do something else in life besides pick crops all my life. So. And let's see what else. I mean, what I do for work and play, I don't have time to play because I can't seem to retire.
You guys got that same problem.
Yeah, you can relate to that. So I'm currently, in addition to serving on the board, doing some consulting work for the California School Boards Association.
Robert?
Robert Garcia. I've lived in the area for 18 years. Been involved with the school district for about 14 years since my youngest, where my oldest started. In my non-district life, I'm a technology manager. I like to play golf. I've only been playing for about 5 years. I'm not very good, but golf teaches you a lot of patience. I just like it because it's nice. You can relax and have a couple of beers if you're not feeling too good. One thing no one in this group knows. One thing no one knows about, I was gonna say jail, but it doesn't seem like it's very, original, so. When I was in 3rd grade, my mom gave my brother and I a perm, so. My hair's really curly anyway, but, so I had.
You got it.
Because you look cute, huh?
Well, thank you. And Linda?
My name is Linda. My maiden name is Engeloff. My married name is Char. I've lived in this area for 65 and a half years. And I've been involved with the school district for 60 of those years. So I started when I was in kindergarten and have gone through all the schools, or all my grades through here. And probably would have gone to RCC if it had been out here.
At that time.
At that time. But it was in Riverside. In my non-school district life, I'm retired.
Now
And
you manage.
I'm
We need to talk to her.
but I still work at home because it's a job picking up after my husband and cleaning up after the 47 years that I was working. So, because everything's just thrown in the closet and the door's closed, type thing. And I've been retired for 4 years and I'm still working on that. And I babysit my little granddaughter, who's a year old, and she's a handful. So she takes up most of my day. I'm not sure, I don't think anybody knows or remembers anyway. In 1969, when I was going to RCC, after I graduated, I was Ruben Western Days Queen. I don't know how to ride a horse.
I think that's true.
Back then you had to sell tickets to win.
Now we're going to start with Elliot, and then we're going to come this way with the administration.
Okay, well, my name's Elliot. I've lived in this area for 35 years. Moved out here, actually the year after I started teaching here, no, 2 years afterwards. Started with the district in 1977, so.
So 37.
37 years, 37 years. And took a gap too, because I worked for the county, but kind of stayed involved with the school district. I don't have much of a non-school district life. People even stop me on the streets, but people probably know this about me, but I have about 50 different hobbies, and I'm not good at any of them.
Well, that's
I actually have not been in jail.
good.
We're so glad to hear that.
I've been accused of it. I was nearly arrested in Quebec once when they came and raided the Salvation Army and they were speaking in French. Fortunately, they weren't speaking to me.
Okay, thank you. And Tammy?
I'm Tammy Alzig, and I moved here about 25 years ago and started in the district at that same time.
So 25?
First as a teacher and then as a principal in here. So, probably my biggest hobby right now is playing with grandbabies. I have 3 boys under the age of 2 and then a 7-year-old girl, and they're just the center of our lives. We love that, and also travel. We really enjoy traveling. And once I said travel, then I thought, and I think some of you know this already, but Bill and I were caught in a Category 4 hurricane, the biggest combo it ever had this year, and in a shelter for 3 nights.
Oh my gosh.
That's my interesting fact.
Thank you. Paul?
Bad weather, either Tammy looks for it.
She looks for it.
She travels.
Oh, so are we okay today? What do you think?
She's okay when she's
You
working.
want me to sit
Okay.
back
She's
there?
okay.
The lightning strike.
It takes me about an hour to get home, so just keep working.
Okay.
Okay.
My name is Paula Ford, and I've lived in this area for 34 years. And I don't have a lot of non-school district life.
So is the
I've
34 years, how long you've been involved with the district?
been with the district for 16.
No, but did you go to school here?
No.
No, okay, so 16. Okay.
And, yeah, and, anyway, I don't have really a lot of non-school district life. I do like to play tennis, but I don't get out often enough to play. Other than that, I'm trying to exercise, and so I've started that as my non-work life. I'm trying to at least get a little exercise in every single day. And I think this group probably knows most things about me, but I guess the one thing I can say is I applied to the Brownies when I was in elementary school, and they wouldn't take me. They turned me down. It was very sad. And I was devastated. I was 5, and I was devastated. And so I decided that I would take ballet lessons instead, and then I did that for another 20 years.
Oh,
So,
good choice, sounds like.
Been a brownie for 20
Thank
years.
you. Dave?
around 20 years.
My name's Dave Dabrowski. I've lived in this area for 33 years. I've worked in the district for 21 years. And in my non-school life, I'm like Elliot, I have a million different hobbies. Most recently would be camping with the family and endurance sports. And the one thing nobody knows about me is I was in the Indian Guides as a kid. And also got a big Goldilocks perm at the same time. And so I had this big curly hair, and all of my fellow Indian guys made fun of me over that.
I want to see pictures.
I think that, see, this is the nice thing about this is all verbal. There are no pictures. Yeah, because I think we'd all be in there. If I could spell, I would have realized that there are 238 years of experience in this state.
Wow.
With the school district. That's huge. That's the huge gift that you all provide. I went from 187 down here to 116 or something, and so I think I've corrected it now. But 238 years. And do you think any of you have had exactly the same experience? You've seen it with your own eyes, you've experienced it with your own thinking. So that's when you're talking and you're working with each other, that's what needs to be on the table. What you know, what you've experienced. That doesn't mean it's the only answer, but it's part of the big puzzle. It's part of the big picture. And so that's what becomes really important, is making sure that we're sharing all of that, and it's getting out here. And it's the reason that board members, I used to say to people, well, what did you do when you first got on the board and there was so much information and you just feel so stupid because you don't do anything? And I'm saying, well, I had taught school in Colorado for many years. I never taught in California, but I had been in every committee in Palm Springs Unified School District with my kids. I've gone through all the school site councils and all of that stuff. I've done all of those things. And so you have to have enough ego strength to think, if I have a question, other people probably do too. There are no stupid questions. Think about how thick your packet is. Think about how many years of education these people have had to be able to bring you the reports and to bring you all of that. And here you are trying to understand it to the level that you can say yes or no, right? So there are no stupid questions. There are just questions that need to be answered. And so always have enough ego strength to say, can you help me? I know, I know that there was something that came up on our agenda, and I can't even remember what it is today. But every year it came up, and every year I didn't remember what it was. And every year I had to ask. So, okay, I know we've seen this before, and I read through the packet. I still don't quite get what this is. Can somebody help me understand what this is? I did figure out after the second year that I probably ought to ask the superintendent ahead of time because it was starting to get embarrassing. So, always know that you've got that. Always know that you've got that conduit there. So that you can think about that. So what do you think about that 238 years? What does that say to you? Anybody have a thought?
So we like it here.
You like it here? So this community is important to people here.
We have roots and connections. Roots and connections to the
Roots
community.
and connections. What else?
I think it really demonstrates commitment to being here. I mean, everybody in this room has either worked in, lived in, or a combination of both for, a long period of time. Nobody's a brand new, nobody's a newbie in any way.
Yeah. So, I mean, you said there are some shorter years of experience and some longer years of experience. That's all valuable as well. Because those of you who've been here for a long time have that historical perspective. Those of you that have come in and are here more recently have got some fresh eyes. And that's also a good thing. So it all works in the favor of the students here because you've got this broad base of experience here. So let's talk for a second before we get into the rest of the workshop. I want to work with you to establish some meeting guidelines. And in your, again, in your packet, behind the discussion guide, this discussion guide, you've all got kind of a copy. It's just it's a little bit more blown up than what I've got here. So that's just for you to kind of keep track of where we are. And if you look at right behind your Let's Get Acquainted, there are two handouts. One is called Behaviors for Successful Communication, and the other one is entitled Sample Meeting Guidelines. This Behaviors for Successful Communication, if you take just a minute and read through that and think about, from your perspective, which ones of those kind of resonate with you, which are the ones that would be important for you in order for this meeting or your board meetings or any place where you're together having to work things through. What would be important for you in order to be for this to be a safe place? And then you can look at the sample meeting guideline sheet, and those are just examples of meeting guidelines from other school districts. And what I'm going to ask you for here in a few minutes is to think about the most important guideline for you, and we're going to write those down. So take a minute or two to read through that, and then when you've kind of read through it and you're ready to start talking about meeting guidelines, just kind of waggle your hand or your pen or your wink at me or something so that I recognize it here. So, and if there's something in your mind and it's not here, or you would phrase it differently, that's fine. These are just examples to give you. And a meeting guideline needs to be able to follow. We agree to do what? So we agree we will keep our focus on the best interest of our students, or whatever. So I'm going to cross off the two. We agree. So is anybody ready? Don?
I like number 10. When I leave a board meeting, if we've had really.
No, I didn't, you gotta just tell me what's the meeting guideline, otherwise we'll be here all morning.
Okay.
So just, I need to keep it short, and see this other page? So it needs, number 10, learn from our interactions. Is there something, how would you turn that into a, you know,
Well,
how would you turn
what
that
I
into a
say
meeting?
is, if we have really good discussions and we have questions and we've got a lot of information, interaction, I usually feel good about it. I think that we have, if we've discussed something that we're hiring a consultant for, or we're going to look into, I think there's a lot of lag time in getting follow-up as to if we accomplished, if we made a major point, at some point, you need to connect with the result of that in the future.
Right.
If something
We're talking about, though, these are, if you look at these on this page, it says sample meeting guidelines. So if I'm going to turn, here, let me see if I can turn what you've just said into more of a meeting line. It's discuss, listen, and learn from each other. So we agree to discuss, listen, and learn from each other. You see how that's a meeting guideline. We're going to discuss with each other. We're not going to just, you see what I'm saying? Yeah, because so what we're trying to get at is just, so does that suit what you're saying, Donna?
Maybe helpful feedback.
Okay,
Directly.
discuss, okay, listen, learn from each other, and provide helpful feedback.
Mhm.
Okay, somebody
Leslie,
else?
Can we put in a parking lot or something? Because I heard a concern from Donna that I think at some point would be good to discuss today. Either that or misunderstood. but I think-
And that was feedback,
Lag time.
lag time for feedback.
I think it's something easy to work on, but it takes some discussion.
Would follow-up included in your idea?
Yeah.
Follow-up, we're circling back and getting
And follow-up.
you know, something, things completed or resolved in.
Okay, so this is the parking lot. The only rules to the parking lot is the next day. Anybody can put anything in the parking lot. I may even ask you to do that as we're moving through the day. The next thing needs to be in a different color, and there needs to be some kind of a symbol at the front of it so that we know it's new. Okay? And I'll put it on the wall here. Well, I'm not going to worry about it right now. I'll move it over in a minute. Okay, anybody else have a guideline?
Leslie, I like the second bullet, and we will listen actively to all ideas. I know that my tendency sometimes is if I'm really wanting to have my idea, I don't really fully give the attention to the other person and fully understand their point of view. And it's something that I need to work at in terms of really making sure that before I respond or formulate a response to it, that I get their perspective.
Okay. And as I'm writing things, I'm going to be charting things all day. If I'm not writing what you meant, if I've made a misinterpretation, don't hesitate to stop and correct me, because when I leave, I'm leaving. When these notes come back to you, they need to reflect you, not me. So, okay. Anybody else have one? This sample meeting guidelines, this is so that when you're having conversations, that you're feeling comfortable, and so that sample meeting guideline sheet is just an example. But that's often a good guideline to help you arrive at those things on the other sheet. So do you have one?
Yeah,
Ron?
Leslie, actually, there's a couple maybe that kind of go together for me, communicate openly and honestly and respect our differences. I know that, you know, I don't know, I don't want us to think we may have a hidden agenda or anything. We can have differences, and as long as we communicate, we can better understand each other's wants and needs.
Well, and your differences, as we just showed up there on the other chart, are the strength of this team. So, so respecting, you know, you're not always going to agree. You're not expected to agree. That's why there are 5 of you. We only needed one opinion, and there'd only be one of you. Make it a lot easier, for sure. Okay.
The 4th bullet, will wait to speak until a team member has finished talking, and will keep our remarks brief and to the point so that all opinions can be expressed. And I think it needs to be added, wait to be acknowledged.
Okay. And so I'm gonna put the weight to be, we will be acknowledged by the chair, right, by the president before speaking. That would be essentially another, I should have left the 2 up there. Any others? Elliot?
We will stay, it's the 4th from the bottom on a longer list, the 4th bullet. We'll stay focused on our goals and avoid getting sidetracked. And just kind of what goes along with that, we never know that, people in this community that like to bring issues to the board. Sometimes, you know, they have kids in the school district, and it will derail a whole board meeting sometimes. And I know for me, it's the hardest thing to sit and listen and not respond, even though the best thing is to not respond. They don't, an answer is not required in the school district. There's always an opportunity to follow, I mean, in the school board meeting, there's always an opportunity to follow up.
Well, and it can't be responded to if
Right.
it's not on the agenda.
Right.
So, that's, people get confused about the Brown Act. The public often thinks you're using that as a barrier to kind of keep them away. But the truth is, the Brown Act is there to protect the public. Because if somebody brings up an idea and it's not on your agenda and you can engage in conversation, then anybody else who has an interest in that in the district has not had an opportunity to participate. So that's the reason. It's not to protect you. Nobody cares about you. It's to protect the members of the public out there. So, okay. Anything else?
I have, like, there's 3 that kind of fall together on the simple meeting guides. We will communicate openly and honestly with each other.
Okay. This one,
Was that one
openly.
we said? We had that right.
Okay.
So, we will respect differences and show respect, never dismiss or devalue.
Okay. Okay. So I think we've got respect differences, but never dismiss or
Or devalue.
or devalue others, right?
And then we will build upon the ideas of others and look for a common ground, or we will paraphrase for understanding. If someone's having trouble seeing what's trying to be brought forth, try and paraphrase it or say it differently, maybe that helps sometimes to say it. And then also
I'm
another
going to have to start in
That's
the
okay.
chart here. I'll wait 1 second. I'll put this up in a second. These walls can take T-pins, right? That. They can?
Protect.
I've got T-pins with me here. Okay, and what was the next
We
one?
will work towards future, learning from the past. I think sometimes a mistake that we did in the past or something that came up might change our outlook for the future.
Leslie, may I add one word to the second bullet over here? To read, to listen actively and keep an open mind.
Mind. So all ideas? Anything else people want to add here?
Yeah, one more, let's do that, looking at here, each member will take responsibility, I think. for the
Okay, which one,
success.
where is it?
It's sixth one from the bottom, I think. Yeah, so basically, we all take responsibility, each of us, for the success of the team, or the failure of the team. I think we all, we're all in it together.
Truth is, there are no heroes or heroines on a school board. Right. You are all painted by that same brush. And remember when I told you I was that swing vote? Well, nobody looked at the school board and said, look at Leslie, isn't she just the best board member? No, their answer was, their comment was, what's the matter with that board? Why can't we get their act together? They want you to do your work. This is important work, and that's where the community is with you. So are these good? Okay, is anybody uncomfortable with any of those? Get out mine. I've got it.
Yes, yeah. Tack is out, something will stay there.
Let's start at the beginning.
Yeah.
Let's pick it up real quick here.
Leslie, can I not add something here, but you said something in a workshop once that I thought was really important.
Oh, good. That always makes me feel good.
It really stuck with me, and it's particularly important because we have some people that it's kind of really hard to keep a straight face on the topic. But at the same time, if you smile, they think you're smirking or laughing at them. And you mentioned that, that one's soft, sorry, there's a window behind her.
Oops. I thought that was I don't know what I thought. Now what do I, now I've messed it up. Now what do I do? Okay, I'm going to put these over here.
But you talked about your face in the
Okay, I
color.
will. I'll do that.
Yeah, and I think that's really important, and because whoever, if there's a person that's off the wall speaking, they're not the only one looking at you. It's the rest of the audience that's watching how you react.
You know, that's a good point. At the last meeting, when we had, and there wasn't many people left included there. I got home to comment that, you smile a little bit. You're so serious,
You don't know if you're smiling.
But at the same time, we have one person that comes up and continually says, I'm smirking at them.
Yeah.
And so even if you smile slightly as if you're acknowledged, it's really, You
It's
know,
a tricky thing.
it is a tricky thing and it's
Yeah.
very difficult.
And so you have to be always be thinking, what do people see? What part of you do they see? When they're out here and they're looking up there, what are they seeing?
Your face.
They're primarily watching your face
Right.
and your arms, whatever you're doing. And so you want to think about, Maureen DeMarco, who was president, I think in 1999 of CSBA, used to talk about the bored, benign face. That we all should know, what does our face look like when it's just our face? And if you think about it, and one of the reasons that Elliot would say, because when Elliot's face is just Elliot's face, he's got a little smile. He does have a little smile, right? Some people, when their face is just their face, the mouth turns down. And so you have to know what that is. And Maureen used to say, I go home at night and I practice. What does my face look like if I'm saying, I'm interested, I'm listening, I'm non-committal, I'm not agreeing or disagreeing, but I care? What is that? What does my bored, benign face? So we all need to know about that because Elliot's going to do well 99% of the time with that face, right? My face tends to fall the other way, and I kind of get a wrinkle right here. You know, it's like, it's really hard to think. You know, it's like, oh, okay, it must be really hard to think. I've got steam coming out, you know, all of that stuff. But I always have that kind of concentrated look. Well, people think I'm angry, or somebody will say to me, Leslie, smile, it can't be that bad, you know. So people make judgments, and all you're doing is thinking. You know, you're just trying to process something, you're just being who you are. So you have to think about that because they're judging you with their eyes. One of the hardest stories I heard at Masters in Governance workshop was a board member who said their student board member was doing a presentation about some big thing that they had done at the high school. And this board member had found some information on the web about whatever this was. And she had it in her briefcase. So the board member started speaking at the end of the table, and she turned around in her chair and did this. And then she came up and she had stuff here. Now there was a whole bunch of kids in the audience that were there to hear this student, right? And she handed these things over. She even said, you know, I found these things, I thought these would be wonderful for you to have. But at the break, because they always did the break right after that, so the student board member and the parents and everybody could go home before they heard their ugly people that had awful things to say. So they had a little bit of a break, and at the break, the students came up to her, and what do you think they said?
Very rude.
How rude she was, that she literally turned, not only did she turn herself away, but she went down under the table. And what she was trying to do was to be, you know, she was excited. She thought it was wonderful. Well, there was no way of explaining herself out of that. So you have to think about that. That's not what that looked like to those students at all. So really thinking through all of those things. So, you know, again, we've come up with these meeting guidelines, and these you could use at all of your board meetings, or you may decide as you're moving along that you want some other things there. But it's good to have them posted. Do you ever have a rowdy meeting? Do you ever have people that are rowdy or out of control?
No, we're not going to either.
Never? But it does happen from time to time. And one of the things that we do that we suggest at CSBA, do you have a character counts kind of a program or a conflict resolution program that you use? Take the tenets from that makes sense for a board meeting and post them on your wall. Then the board president can say, if you know you've got some contentious people or whatever, you know, the board is really interested in anything that you have to say. But we would appreciate it if the adults would model the behavior that we expect from our students. Right? Because your students are going to have consequences if they don't follow that behavior. So posting your meeting guidelines, whatever they are, maybe only 2 or 3 things about how we're going to do that. Or you could take something like this, if you felt like, well, these would be good beyond today, or refine them, but create a set of meeting guidelines. Because when it is crazy, that's when you really need the protocols. And it's too late to develop them. You can't, at a meeting where you've got 900 people there to yell at you about something, you can't say, well, wait a minute, let's get some meeting procedures going here, right? Then you'll just be tarred and feathered and run out the door. So have it ahead of time. You want to look like a professional group, really ready to, so post whatever. What is it that you expect? What are your expectations for people?
And we have the standards posted in the classroom, or we had the standards posted in the classroom, so
Yeah.
it would make sense to
I mean,
post
so you
that
think
here.
about it. What makes sense for you? What makes sense are there some things in character counts or in your conflict resolution or, in those programs that you use for your kids that you kind of hold them to? Is there something in your student handbook that says this is, these are acceptable behaviors? Well, aren't those also the acceptable behaviors for us as adults? One of my board members, Elliot's heard me say this story before, but one of our board members on our board used to call our meetings the theater of democracy. And I love that. Because at every time you meet, what are you demonstrating for your community? You're showing what good government in action, or you're showing what government in action looks like. What good government looks like, or we can become the talking heads. So, and how many of you grew up here? This one grew up here, and now you're on the board. In a lot of communities, kids who grew up here eventually find their way to the school board. So you want to think every meeting. If every student in our district could be here at every single meeting, would we want them to grow up and be this school board? Or would we want something different to really model that behavior? So is that what you were asking about? Don't forget the board united us. Thank you. You don't have to be quiet. You can throw something at me because you notice what happens, right? Yeah, it's not pretty. So before we get into kind of the role of the board, 1, 2, 3. You can just go ahead as soon as you get that, kind of read through it. The most important thing. So she's got a copy of it. Did I give you a copy of the other things? What did I hand out already? What was the other thing? Oh, the sample meeting book. You have that here. Okay, so this is the one. Just remind me if I'm not handing one to you that I do that, so that you want to look at the day with the complete packet. I mentioned Maureen DeMarco. She was the one that talked about the board benign case and all of that. If you look down here, who would like to read the part that's in italics out loud? See the quote from her? Who would like to do that? Cheryl, would you?
Take another look at what a school district and school boards are. In my school district, my colleagues and I were the members of a 5-member board of directors of a $190 million annual corporation. We were elected to 4-year terms by more than 100,000 stockholders. We were responsible for 4,500 employees at 67 different plants. We negotiated annually with 4 different unions. Our plant managers managed 4 to 5 times the number of employees that private sector managers manage. We were responsible for 38,000 units of production on an annual basis.
What does that mean? What are the students?
But we had a 13-year production cycle, rarely with any of these products staying within our company for the entire length of time. We had no control over our raw materials. We had to take all of the numbers in which they arrived and in the condition in which they arrived and all of our products went out to the marketplace because we had no backroom in which to discard our flawed or damaged merchandise. Incidentally, on the side, we operated the second largest transportation agency in the county. We served 22,500 meals a day. We operated, if we were lucky, on a 2% to 3% fiscal margin. We had more regulations than the worst nightmare of a corporate attorney, and we were required to provide supervision in over 89 languages.
Wow. So I want everybody to repeat after me. The five elected board members. We are members of the board of directors
We are members of the board of directors
of a multi-million-dollar agency
Of a multi-million-dollar agency
charged with the most important work going on in this country today,
charged with the most important work going on in this country today.
the education of our students.
The education of our students.
Wow. And now, turn this over. Turn this over. Okay, you are, how much, we're lucky we've got some administrators here because they may have something to do with it. This, I sprang this on Elliot earlier today, so sometimes I do this ahead of time. I'll get back on my bicycle and then do this. But, so about what is your revenue? Or what is your budget?
About 180 million.
$180 million. Okay, and how many shareholders? How many voters? Registered voters?
30.
So let's say 30, or more than 30,000.
Yeah,
Okay. How many students during
19,400.
19,400?
And
And that's
There wasn't like it
and one just as enrolled. And it's a. Do you have preschool?
We have preschool.
Okay, so it's more than a
So
13-year
it could be
process.
16.
16
Could be
is 16
3-year-olds.
Year process, okay? Are your students required to start in preschool and go all the way? You could change this. Our students are not required to begin with us in preschool or kindergarten. And they're not required to remain until graduation, right? So it's this moving in and out, it's kind of a moving target, right? How many languages do you think?
15?
I was gonna say like 30.
30?
30 languages?
Really?
Really, that many?
We have small numbers of a lot of other languages.
Yeah.
There's
So
very few other things.
very
Yeah.
few.
But still, if there are 30,
Yeah.
I mean, it makes it's just that much more, and the smaller the group, the more complicated it
Yes.
is, right?
Find somebody to translate.
Yeah, to be able to really communicate effectively. So, how many classified and certificated employees?
Approximately 1,800 plus about 500 subs.
1,800 and how many?
500 roughly substitutes.
Okay, and how many different facilities? Including all of your, not just your school site.
23 school facilities, but there's another district office
We have all the buildings
and
down.
28 facilities.
28 facilities, and are they all maintained by district staff? You're a little city.
we are.
There's more than that.
You're bigger than some cities. You're bigger than the city I was just in, doing a workshop on Saturday. Bigger than that entire community. Amazing. How many employees?
2.
2. Okay, and about what is your percentage of administration to staff? This is
Fine.
it's usually around
It's
4.
about 4%.
Yeah, about 4%. Okay, and then do you have any before or after school programs?
Yes.
Yeah, so we're not going to try and list all those out, but you've got some before school programs and you've got some after school programs. And so thinking through that, and about how many meals do you think are served here?
About 17,000 a day.
So 17,500 schools, and do you provide transportation?
Yes.
Okay, and about how many students are transported? Boy, this is a test, isn't it, Paul? This isn't really a gotcha on Elliot, this was a gotcha on Paula, I'm sorry.
5,000 is a small.
Yeah,
How many?
well, about 6,000.
About 6,000 students transported. Whoa, so you are bigger than some cities, and you provide meals and housing and transportation. Wow, that's the work of this school district. So what are you on? Who are you?
I'm a member of the corporation.
You are on the board of directors for a $180 million corporation responsible to 30,000 shareholders and responsible for almost 20,000 students. That's a lot to be responsible for. It's why you have to stay up at the big picture, because you don't have time to get down into the day-to-day. That's why you've hired all these people. But it really is.
You know, this is something that the public needs to know. Mark should be here writing about this, because they don't think of it that way. And think, when you see this council, the city council, you know they're overseeing the city, but they don't think about the school district, and this is the only school district in this city.
Yeah.
It's not like city and county and all that.
Right, right.
They don't
So-
realize what kind of a job we have to do, or you guys have to do as administrators, or the teachers have to do. The teachers prepared this for each of themselves.
Every single day.
For every day, how many students,
That's right.
how many hours I stand on my feet, you know, things like that. They would,
Yeah.
things.
So it's pretty awesome.
Because we cut down, we do that with the people, women at home and men on the job, but we don't do it with something like this. It would be just a something to put out to the people that, you know, you are a member of our corporation. I mean,
But you are the corporate board of directors of this $180 million agency doing this most important work. And you feed them, you house them, probably do some clothing along the way there, along the way. So you're doing, I mean, it is like a small community here. And you're doing all of those things every single day. And so I don't ever want to hear a board member say, oh, I'm just,
That doesn't say how much we get paid though.
yeah, you get paid a lot. And that's the best part, right? Because you get such an extravagant pay here.
Yeah.
So then let's take a look in your binder, in this binder. Oh, it's 3 minutes, okay. In 3 minutes, between now and 10:30, as soon as you've read page 1 and page 2, you can take your break. How's that? And we'll reconvene at 10:45.
It's public and it's for the people. It's free. I mean, the government, we take care of our students. Our education is free.
So you said, you started out by saying public,
The public, yeah. I would say
free,
public,
open to all.
it's open to all, right? And,
We're really talking about those bullets up here, aren't they?
yeah, that's the benefit to society by teaching democratic principles and common values. But it's all about America. It's what America stands for, I mean, to me.
So it is those common values. When we talk about those 5 bullets at the top of the page, who's responsible to see that those things happen?
The board.
School boards, all over this country. That's your primary responsibility, right? if we look at the top of page 1 and those 5 bullets, what public education in America means, that's what our system is supposed to be. And it is or it isn't, depending on our school boards and what you are expecting and what you're saying and what you're doing. Any other thoughts from those 2 pages that you read?
Just a connection, Leslie, to what we discussed earlier. No, I don't mean to rewrite it down, just created in my mind that going back to the model of the corporate comparison, that in California, the board members have to do all this basically at the mercy of the state funding. We no longer control our own destiny like we used to, and like maybe in many other parts of the country still do, and that makes a significant difference in the way that we are asked to manage our roles and responsibilities.
And so it makes it harder sometimes to do those bullets on top, doesn't it? But it doesn't lessen that that really is what you are supposed to do. So what, you know, I love the question at the next to the last paragraph on page 1. What would education in society in America be like if those principles, those top 5 principles at the top, weren't at the core of what is meant by public education? What would it be? What do you think it would be like? Anybody can answer it. You all can answer.
I mean, those that could pay for the best education would go out and get the.
We've done that to some degree, haven't we, in this country with our charter schools and private schools and some of those. But, I mean, the whole issue here is that in order for our democracy to thrive, we need an educated population. What happens in countries where they're trying to control everything? What's the first thing that they control?
The board. Education.
Not the board, but education.
Education.
And either they deny it, or they skew it, or they, whatever it is that they do, it is all based on either not educating students or brainwashing students in a particular way. You know, kids, young kids. And we think about that throughout. Well, that's what you're here to protect, is that that doesn't happen. It's getting harder because of the fingers that the state and the federal government have got on here. But it is about that seeing that each child in this district has the best possible opportunities that you can provide them. So then, what is it that on page 2 it talks about why school boards are important? So why? Let's do that. Why school boards? So why do we need you?
To maintain local accountability.
You maintain local accountability.
Well, school boards are entrusted with that obligation to the public to educate the students without all those other things happening. They're guarantors, is the right word? And sometimes, you know, it's almost like the arbiters of freedom. I mean, people who come to the school board sometimes want a specific issue taken care of that's not in the interest of all the kids in the district. And it's really critical for school
Say that
board-
again, arbiters? Is that what you said?
Sorry, just leave it at that.
No,
Arbiters of freedom.
arbiters of freedom, isn't that what you said? I wanted to. Because you can't be free unless you have an educated society. Look at what's going on in the world. It's frightening.
And that's what you said, it just, I mean, I was listening to some news program where they were talking about communities in Europe that have become homogeneous in our kind of European value. And that's what we're supposed to not let happen here.
Yeah, exactly. We're supposed to inculcate these standards that this country was based on. We bring in people. That's been our history since this country was founded, is that people come from all over the world here. But it is in search of what? It's in search of freedom. It's in search of a chance. It's in search of an opportunity that they didn't have somewhere else. So, but it is making sure that those common values, that we're teaching that. And what do you think? Do you think we're doing a good job of that? This is just a conversation, so just jump in.
I think we're actually fighting for that, to maintain that. I think that there are forces and people who are believing that we should be doing other things, or we should be different than we have in the past. And I do agree, students come from all over the world to come here. They come here for success. They come here because they can't move up in their society where they are in their own country. They know that they can come to America or they hope to have a business and be successful and move up the ladder, so to speak, which in their own country they wouldn't have that freedom. But we have to protect that. And maybe through education, if we are allowed through education to instill those kinds of values and maintain that freedom of choice within our student body.
So you protect the community's interest in the public schools, and that's really why you are elected. It's, you know, this arbiters of freedom. Well, the people are saying to you, we want our children to come out and be able to be successful in this society and to be able to, you know, to do all of those things. And you are here to protect the community's interest. Actually, originally it was around the taxpayers. Now we've broadened it to say this is around making sure that those things that we believe in are happening here. And that's the reason that you've got to perform this job well. It's when as we've seen all over the state of California in recent years, when school boards get torn apart because there's so much infighting. You know, somebody on the board has got my way of doing things, and if you don't agree with me, well, you're just wrong, right, Robert? You don't.
I was going to add to that last one there. That's what I was thinking about. What Donna just said, and what you just jotted down is, what's right for our community is that's what we're kind of protecting. That, what works here is not necessarily going to work in Irvine or back and forth. We have the Common Core is one good example that, it's our implementation for Jurupa.
Right, and it has to be that way because these students are whatever. I mean, they've come from this community, and they have to be able to go out into the broader world, but there is a difference here in what's happening and where all of that is. So you're really protecting that, and it's a huge trust. And I love this arbiters of freedom. And now I want you all to wear that sack. Next time I come to see you, everybody's going, what do I do? I'm an arbiter. I love that. So this is a huge thing, isn't it? And when you combine this with what you do here and the work that you do, look at the number of lives that you touch, and the families that you touch. I mean, it's more than 19,400 students, it's those families. I mean, it's doing all of that. So it's all, you've got to, it's always hard for me. When I finished, when I left the board of Palm Springs, and people would come up to me and say, well, Leslie, are you gonna run for city council? I live in the city of Palm Springs. And I said, well, no, for 14 years, I was on the school board. We serve 4 cities. We have a budget that's larger than any of the cities that we serve. And we're engaged in the most important work there is, which is what?
Education.
Educating kids. So you can't, no matter what people say to you, this is the most important work. And I always want board members to get them to feel that upliftedness. And it's hard work, but that's where the joy comes from, is knowing that you have it in your hands here to make a huge difference for this community and those families that you serve. And it can make or break a community.
And we even educate adults, and educate the parents too. I mean, and not only in the adult ed classes, but also in the classroom, within the classroom, when they have an opportunity to go to the elementary schools or the high school or whatever, and sit beside their child. They're getting an education too, that some of them never would have got if they were in Mexico or Korea or something like that.
And helping people who have come here from another country. For many, many people who are new to this country and don't know anything about our ideals or what it is that we believe, the school board and the school district is the first form of government that many of them actually are engaged with at all. And so really how you look, so it really is the theater of democracy, isn't it? Think about that.
We do get parents here that come here and speak to us at the meetings. Before they go, they won't even go to the teacher. They'll come here before they actually, because they know that they can go there and then somebody will direct them.
Right,
And they're shy. Some of them are even too shy to do it, but.
Well, it's a frightening thing. I mean, I, for 3 years, attended board meetings in Palm Springs. And every time I had to stand up in front of that group of people, I was shaking. I mean, it's hard to stand up when you know they're not going to like what you have to say. And so, always remembering that. So we're going to get into, then, this unity of purpose. So I want to take you back, and I asked you on the phone when I talked to each of you, and those 3 questions on the bottom, the getting started, that's what we're going to talk about now. And I want everybody at the table to be thinking about the answers to these. We're going to take them one at a time. I always start with the board president just because I like to pick on the board president. But I want you to answer first, and just give me 1 bullet point, and we'll continue going until everybody's drained of all their bullet points. So we're going to go around. We're going to go to from Cheryl to Linda to Elliot, and then to Dave, and then we're going to keep going around. We're going to do that little praise gate, okay, all the way around. So the first question is, what are you proud of about the Jurupa Unified School District? And just give me 1 bullet point, and then we'll keep going around as long as we need to. So, Cheryl, what's something that you're proud of about Jurupa Unified?
That the district really cares about the students and their families.
And even if somebody else, one of the points of this is about unity of purpose. So even if somebody else has said it, you might say, Leslie, add a tick to that, because that was something that I'm proud of as well. So that we really, that we get a kind of a sense that it's more than one person saying that. Okay, and Donna?
I I'm proud of the administration, and I think that, that, you know, I was appointed to this position, so I've been here for a year and a half about, and I try to figure out what everybody's thought process was towards education, and I think that they all want the best equipment in technology, but also the basic, what we're teaching. And I think exactly what's being taught is important and how we're doing it, and that we have all the tools necessary to do that. That we have sort of a maybe common conservative viewpoint as to.
Hold on, just one. Say that. Say, all want the best and tools necessary to serve our students, right? So just one point at a time, serve our students. Did I capture that?
Let's see.
And then we'll come back to the fiscal conservative point. That's another one.
Right, we have a perspective.
But hold on.
We have a common perspective.
Okay, but hold on to that.
Okay.
Okay, that'll be another point.
I have a hard time working it all out.
That's okay.
Sense of family. Even though the district has grown tremendously over the years, I still get the feeling that we all belong as a family in this community.
Okay. Robert.
The district takes a proactive approach, I think, to the programs coming for the things I learned at the conference, like PBIS and these things that our districts are already doing. We're not just waiting until the deadline.
Linda.
I like the idea that we are pretty much to me, it seems like we are on track with what other districts across the nation are doing as far as our data and research is really on. I mean, we're really going good with that. We try and supplement, try and find new ways to supplement if we're not meeting that goal or the vision that we set. We try and find ways to meet it halfway or to help the students meet their goals, or the district meet their goals. And we work with the teachers, the staff too. All the staff works together, whether it's teachers and or administrators.
That's two. Hold on to that one. Okay. Okay. So does that get the first one?
Yeah.
Okay. And hold on to the second one. Okay, Elliot?
This is sort of a mundane thing, but I am really proud that every single student that leaves this district speaks English and is literate and is prepared to be a good American.
Pam?
We're good at work by Memo's family, even though we're a large district. I think we've maintained a sense of family, and I see that in what I do for instance, when an employee is facing a catastrophic disease or something, we will see the other employees a flood of donations of their own sick leave to help or assist that person. Just one example of just how we come together as a people.
And so, and do you have another one that you would add?
The one I would add from that is Kids First, and Cheryl hit on that. The very first bullet.
Okay, so we would add another tick there, all right? Okay. Okay. Paul?
I actually had both of those too, because it really is a sense of family, caring, but another one that I would add is that I'm really proud that there's a feeling of being present in the community with the school district. It's not just the school district, we're part of the entire community.
Uh-oh. They're just not going to cooperate, are they? I'll put some, I've got some blue tape here, I'll get it in a second. Jay? Jay?
It might just be a tick on Cheryl's, but all the decisions made
This
are
one?
made, all decisions are made through the lens of what's going to be best for our students. Not necessarily a particular group of stakeholders or who's up and angry right now, but what's best for our kids.
Okay, I think we're back to you, Cheryl. Do you have another one? Do you want me to tick something off here?
Tick off,
I should have numbered these instead.
the proactive, which is must be the,
Here?
yes,
That was mine, yeah.
All right.
and that we're a family.
We're not really keeping score here, it's just saying that these were things that popped into people's head. And it's not about which is more important or any of that, because whatever you're proud of, I mean, that's where it is. So, did you have any that you wanted to add? Anything?
That discipline using PBS has really affected classroom behavior and student behavior in general.
Okay, PBS.
Yes, PBIS.
PBIS. Positively affected? Behavior, and you said something else after that. Affected classroom behavior and, or did you not? Did you end there?
I did feel it.
It's kind of like me, my mind is a sieve. Okay, if it comes to you, we can add it. Donna, what was that second point?
Oh, my mind is, so we had a comment,
Oh.
viewpoint on how we educate our kids.
Memo?
I would say that I'm proud that we have many successful programs and practices in place that can serve as the foundation on which to continue to build success for our students. I'm thinking of things that have been recognized, such as dual immersion programs, such as our AAA Academy, such as our professional development. There's just many things I think we have in place already that that are a strong foundation for moving forward.
First, I'd like to take on the top one there, the discipline. I think, for me, that's kind of the hardest part, I think, actually seeing the students, the discipline type things. But I mean, I've been coming to board meetings and I see the list has gotten really a lot shorter. And I tend to see things in failure rates over quality. And so, if you look at the big picture, I think the district's done a really good job on that. And this week, there's some that are being readmitted, that you see the positive effects of the program they're going through. And so that's something that's good. But what I was going to say was the dedication of our staff, whether it's here at the district or even our teachers at the schools. I've had 3 kids. I still have one in high school, and when you can drive by after hours, they're still there. See, most of these folks are still here late at night sometimes when I drive by.
And then your school, and what about your classified staff and some of those, do you want to include that here?
Oh, yeah, them too, everyone, I think, positive experiences with all the staff.
Okay, and Linda?
Because I went through the schools, I think I'm most proud that our district has grown so much. When I started, we didn't have a high school. I mean, we now have 3 high schools, and we only had 1 junior high, and I think about 6 or 8 elementary. And our school, our area is growing, our district has grown, but the goal has always been the same. We've always put the student first, and it seems like the teaching gets better continually, because I think more people want to help the students.
Hold, hang on
That's
to
another
that.
one? Students first.
Okay.
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 And I agree with number 1, that the district really cares. And 3 there where it's a sense of family. I mean, I feel that, I've always felt that. We're family.
Elliot?
Well, I have to go back to the family one, because it's always been kind of a goal for me to have this district run as if it were a district of 10,000 kids, not 20,000. And I have to say, there's an article in the paper this weekend about a neighboring district that's the biggest district in the county or 2 areas. That's not a goal. I mean, maybe they do treat people that way. I don't know. I don't live there. But anybody can get to my office or anybody's office or anybody in this room or their teacher or their principal in this district, and if they can't, it's because they haven't asked. I mean, we treat people like people.
So it's respectfully and
We care. I mean, I really think that by and large, everybody in this district, I mean, obviously there's an exception here or there, but really care about the families, the kids, and what they do. I mean, there's just a large sense of caring.
Tammy?
I would say I'm proud of all of our employees, but our teachers have faced a great challenge in implementing Common Core standards. I'm proud of them and their efforts in that. Of course, we're still working through some issues with it and workload and so forth, but by far and large, they have just embraced it with passion and professionalism in our community.
with passion, and what was the other word?
Professional.
And professional. Okay, Paul?
I think one of the things that I'm really very proud of, and it doesn't happen that often, but when there's a crisis, we come together strong as a team and we're cohesive. What's wrong with them?
Okay, and what was the last
And
part?
so it just it's cohesive, we're cohesive.
Anyone might give you a brownie?
No.
Because you're prepared.
I'm very sad about that. I think that may be the saddest story I've heard.
They made a big, big
Not let somebody
mistake.
get a brownie.
That was my entry into rejection.
Oh.
And I just had to get stronger.
They didn't want to play that over.
See, I got all excited because I said sticky bags, so I usually got these big things already peeled off. Usually I wanted to burn all of them.
Why don't we do that and you can keep writing?
And let's see here, so, do you know that in one district where I worked, when we were talking, we were doing a product, I could barely get one chart page. It's a little scary. Isn't it? Yeah.
They were just shy.
No. No, I mean, that would have been nice if that was the problem,
Well,
but that wasn't the problem. I mean, they really were not proud, and they were on the board for a whole variety of reasons. So I forgot where I am. Dave, I think.
7 or 8.
I'm proud of our growing community outreach program. With the LCFF now, we've been able to really focus funds on providing needed services for our families, medical services, counseling services, fitness and nutrition services, things like that that our community really needs.
The growing community resources and services, is that what you said? And then it's, LCFF, and then what were some of the things that you named?
Mental health, nutrition, fitness.
All right, and so I think Cheryl, that brings us back to you.
I think put a tag on the district, always putting students first, right there at the Dr. Miller in the turquoise. Yep. I have 50 jillion things.
It's nice when it's hard to figure it out, because you got so many things. You want me to add something else, or are we feeling like we're getting, are we pushing? You know, when we feel like we're pushing, I mean, you can just say, you know, I'm okay, or I have something else to add, so you don't have to. So anything else, Cheryl, you want to add up here?
Not right now.
Okay, Donna?
No, we're still on what we're most proud of.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that's all right. That's all right. Remember?
A lot of things. like
Yeah.
that, but,
I think we've got a good list going.
Robert?
I guess it's already been said, but we do have, due to the programs we have, we do have a lot of participation. When we need community health or a community group or a study group or whatever it is we need, we have a large pool of residents that step up to the plate to volunteer.
And it comes back to that sense of community. You don't have that if people don't feel like they're part of your community, they're not gonna volunteer. So they'll come if it's a welcoming place. So Memo, did you pass?
You can put a tick on the dedication of the staff, and that'll suffice for me.
Okay. Robert?
I'll put this. I think, we pay our teachers competitively, I think.
Pay our teachers or pay our staff?
Our staff, well, maybe,
You tell me.
maybe not all staff, but our teachers, I think,
Okay.
we go back to the corporation thing. I mean, you look at people that run corporations, they really are pretty well compensated.
Mhm.
That will never happen in the school district, but I think our teachers, I think we care enough about them that they get paid well, and I know they probably don't think so maybe. And I think we should pay our teachers more. I think teaching is an important, not the most important profession in the big scheme of things, but I think
Does
it's
this-
important.
does this do it?
Yeah, it does it for me.
Linda?
I think I'm proud of what we're doing for our parents. We're getting our parents more involved, and the parents are coming in. We're giving more resources for them, making our libraries available to the parents, classrooms where they can go in and help. And there for a while, it seemed like parents didn't want to come and help when I was working at the elementary level. And now more parents are wanting to get involved or volunteering. They always volunteer for field trips, but they're wanting to find out more about what their child's doing. I've noticed we've had a lot of parents come to the board meetings and not necessarily to speak, but just to sit and listen because someone else is talking about it. So
Yeah, interesting.
something that they're.
Oh, that's interesting.
It'd be nice if we could get even more. And I know the PTAs have grown at some of the schools, even though we don't have a PTA out here, a district PTA.
So it'd be the PTOs.
They have booster clubs, and they're getting involved in that way with PTAs and booster clubs. And sports, we always have, like taking them they're taking more interest in their students. I'd like to be proud to say that that's because of us.
Elliot?
I have to just kind of echo what's been here, the high quality of our teaching staff.
Is that
Tammy had
down
mentioned
there?
that we've been through a lot implementing Common Core, but I would venture to say our teachers are Common Core experts. I mean, probably above a lot of people whose whole job is developing Common Core.
Yeah. Yeah, and ultimately, it's gonna benefit our kids once, this all begins to roll out, and it starts to feel familiar to people.
But this is something I haven't probably shared a lot, but it's probably been 4 or 5 years that I've walked through classrooms and seen discipline problems.
Yeah.
Because even our kind of most mediocre teachers are teaching. I mean, kids are learning and kids are engaged. It's really just a high quality staff.
Tammy?
I would put a mark by in a crisis we come together, we're a strong team. And also proud of PBIS and what it's doing for our kids and behavior.
And Paula?
Okay, I can't leave out the classified staff.
Okay.
No, so I
Mark
have
that
to
one
say
for me too.
that we have.
It's not even written yet, you already got it too.
A very dedicated classified staff. And we also have some extremely talented classified staff. An example is what we have a group of classified staff members doing out at Jurupa Valley High School. They are just doing fantastic work. That's our facilities group.
Think about that, you know, sometimes there are also sometimes the very front line defense for a lot of things that are going on. You know, it's that for some kids, those are the people that they're going to gravitate to and be able to share their concerns or everything. Okay, Dave?
I think that comes from when I was working. We made some of our tutors and our instructional aides go to training, and then they appreciated that because some of them were just, they got a job and they had to learn their job while teaching the children.
Right.
And if we could give them extra background or resources, they were so happy for that. They were thrilled with that.
Yeah. Right. Dave?
Just agree that we have great people, so if you, maybe a mark by the high quality of teaching staff, and another mark by the classified, and a mark over at the teachers rising to the challenge for Common Core,
Where is that one?
second from the bottom.
This is the biggie. I don't think people understand coming off of the testing and the previous California standards and all of that. I don't think people generally have an understanding of what this shift has done and who, you know, how hard it was to do all of that, and then the punitive stuff at the end if you didn't do it right. And then all of a sudden, all of that's out the window, and now here you are. And I mean, my daughter's sitting there with an 11-year-old, 9-year-old, and 8-year-old daughters of her own going, I don't feel like I'm never at home because I'm always having, I'm always pushing. I'm never ready for the next day. You know, it doesn't matter how hard I work. I'm never ready for the next day. And I don't think that's probably quite true, but that's that sense of those really good teachers are saying, you know, I get it. I get that this is really important and it's working. People are feeling that it's working. And we can just go Dave, if you wouldn't mind plugging up there. So what do you think of this list? Do you think we're done, or do you have more to add?
We could go on all day.
You could go on today, but you've got a good set of things here. And so when you think about the thing you want to accomplish as a governance team, does it include maintaining these things? I'm not gonna write down necessarily all those things we want to accomplish. I want you to I want you to kind of talk now, kind of with each other about. So we're going to start with Cheryl and just think about, you know, what do you think it would be important for this team to accomplish as a team? So everybody take a minute, get your thoughts together, and then we're going to have Cheryl start it, but I want everybody at the table to feel free now to have a conversation, okay? So, I know I keep picking, it's what I do. I pick on the word present.
I think changing the stakeholders' perspective of what this district is really important, because we have districts around us that are perceived as better, but we have programs that are just as good, if not better, than some of theirs. But because of where our students are at, we're in a different place.
About what our district is, right? Okay, somebody else.
Well, I absolutely agree with that. I think that our board, I'd like to see us accomplish raising the profile of our district so we can be recognized as one that provides quality educational opportunities for our students, that they will graduate and they will have achieved the ability to go to work in a career or meaningful work or go on to college. Like Superintendent said earlier, bigger isn't necessarily better, and that's what surrounding districts are. And we need that recognition however we accomplish it, by bragging or to be aware that their kids are going to be a part of a smaller district, but quality teaching, quality program, and educational goals that, because, and I know one of the things to overcome is what we have recently tried to remedy, is we have older schools. And we have the objective of making those be rehabilitated, and that's going to take years. But hopefully, the quality education may outshine the old buildings. I mean, I think that would be our objective.
We're not going around, we're just having a conversation.
I think along those lines, celebrating our successes that we've had, that we've experienced in the district. We have the recognition at the board meetings sometimes, but again, that doesn't really reach a large audience in our community. And maybe celebrating it in a bigger way where community at large can also see the successes that we experience and that we see and we recognize here at the boardroom. I think that would go a long way towards enhancing that.
I agree. So
Same thought.
a way to do that.
For me, it's along the lines of kind of what Cheryl said in the beginning, but not maybe our internal perspective, you know, when we're looking at, you know, at our own successes here in the district. You know, just the basic message that things are going well. I don't know if that makes sense.
A lot of shy people in this room.
When I came on the board, the year had already started and I was towards the end of it. So I don't really know how the board plans a goal or set a goal. So I would like to see us surpass our goal, whatever we set. And I'm trying to think how you set the goal so that we continue to surpass our goals. I know when I was running the schools and they would reach the API, that was exciting for the kids, it was exciting for the whole school. But as a board, when we set our goals, and this is all new to me, so I don't know if I'm saying the right thing or not. Do we want to reach higher, set them a little bit higher than now that we're on track and we're going, or do we want to sit back a little while and wait?
So I'm going to put down here on our parking lot, this whole issue of goal setting and review and revision. Because that's a big deal. I mean, because it's the primary thing that you do. The goal setting with the district and all of that is a big deal.
And it takes a lot, I assume it takes in a lot. I mean, when you
It's
have a
gonna take a
goal.
lot. I don't know, it's just a simple process, right? Goal setting. Now that you've got the local control accountability plan, it's a big.
Well, yeah, that's something, and like I said, you know, not necessarily right at the moment because that's still kind of new, so we have to maybe wait a year or two, but.
Well, you're gonna get here soon, if you haven't already, that your local control accountability plan review, right?
Oh,
It's
yeah.
coming up, yeah.
Right, we're in the
Yes.
first year review.
Yeah, so your first year review, And then you start that whole community thing again, where you bring people back. This is a huge, complicated process. So we can spend a few minutes, maybe towards the end of the day, talking a little bit about what that looks like. I haven't heard from this side of the table.
I think one thing I'd like to see is just a continuation of something that's already going on. We have a great board, and we work effectively together with the staff and the board. It hasn't always been that way, so I would just like to see that continue and grow, because it's been a great thing.
We had fun in San Francisco.
Well, that's.
Oh, I was told not to say that. I was told not to say fun.
No,
But we did.
we worked hard.
We worked
We
hard.
really worked hard in San Francisco.
It was so hard to control Robert.
Yeah, I could see that.
He's the newest and the youngest, and we had to really watch him.
Yeah, he was just that kid, just kind of roaming around.
Let off on his own.
I was told what happened there to stay there.
We haven't gotten any details.
Good one. Posted it on the
No, I didn't.
Facebook or whatever.
This is the most important thing. I mean, you've been through some times in this district where it's not working. And it diverts everybody's energy. It drains everybody. It's hard to sometimes just even get the energy up to get to the meeting. I mean, if you think it's hard for the board, think how hard it is for the staff.
You know, going back to the image, that contributed sometimes to the negativity in the community in terms of what would happen, you know, within our schools. And I don't see that happening with this board. I think that's going to contribute in more of a positive direction. So
Yeah, so, you know, I mean, to me, look at what you said it is you want to talk about. All the things that you're proud of. That's what you said. We want the world to know that is what Jurupa Unified School District is. So, I mean, this is amazing. And so there are lots of ways you can do that. I mean, by developing some key messages, by doing some other things. But it's also about how do you line up your agenda? What's in the front part of the meeting? What's the important part? Are you highlighting some special program for a few minutes, you know, at a meeting? Are you bringing people in and letting them share with you, for a few minutes? We used to do I took this down. I don't know if everybody was done. I was done, clearly. Is everybody done?
I think
I
everybody,
want to add something.
No, I'm sorry, it's too late. I'm standing here holding
It's a good
this.
thing, you can put it on your list.
Okay.
Choke me up, Leslie. It's not
What did you just say to me?
I said you choked me up.
Oh, good.
It's a board of really good people. And I think that's really important. You can have great boards that people don't care, but they care. And they're here for the kids.
you know, the saying, happy wife, happy life. I think that goes back to. Excuse me? I think that goes back to the board.
And the go.
A happy board goes back to a happy environment at the schools. They noticed when the boards were bickering.
Oh,
when the board was bickering.
Gotcha.
And it might be that we don't get many people to come to the board meetings because they're so happy with us.
Well, that's exactly. Well, I mean, the reality is, why would they?
Linda,
You know,
that's really important.
Are they going to show up if they're unhappy?
Yeah, you know, and if they're getting what they want at the lower levels or before they have to come to the board, they may never come to our board meetings again.
That's right.
But Linda, you know, kind of on the issue of presenting the district, you know, this district for a long time has gotten a bad rap. I was sitting at dinner the other night with somebody who came here in the 70s and said, well, I was afraid to come to Rubidoux, and I found out it was a great place. And there have been comments made from the dais that are disparaging about the district. And I've never heard anybody on this board say that. And that really feeds the fuel of having to go back and retrain. So I think that's
And it's awful if you're at a board meeting and somebody is talking down to staff or embarrassing staff or doing gotchas, whether it's to staff members or to other board members. That was going on in my board in the early days. And it's awful when you feel that way. Or we had a board member who would people would say, you know, if you need something done, go see him. And then he'd wind up with a whole room full of people at the board meeting for some reason. And it became very evident when they started talking that he knew what was going on, but hadn't shared with any of the rest of us. Well, what kind of a team was that? Then the rest of us are all sitting there feeling very uncomfortable and not, you know, and often it was stuff like, I mean, we had a group come, when we built Cathedral City High School, we were able to build a football field and baseball fields, but we didn't have enough money for the dugouts. And there was this group in town that really wanted dugouts. And all of a sudden, one night, we had all these people there. They wanted these dugouts. And it's like, whoa. And then, oh, well, we'll do it. We'll volunteer. We're going to do, well, there are laws about who can build what on school districts. And, you know, and I mean, we're all sitting there, and clearly he's just enjoying the show. And everybody else is squirming, including the superintendent and the business person. I mean, we're all sitting there squirming. Where if somebody wanted to do a dugout, wouldn't it have been better to have worked through the booster club at the high school and figured out how do we do that? Instead of going directly to the board, a board member, and then having it be this huge thing that hit the newspapers the next day, where we all said, thank you, but we can't help you, essentially. I mean, that's the way it had to come across, because we had nothing else to say.
Well,
and
people don't know that there's a chain of command.
Right, exactly.
You start
And so-
here, and you go to the, you know, wherever the problem is first, to the teacher or whatever, and then you go from there, and if you don't get results, then you go to the next one, and the principals will tell them that, I mean, but sometimes parents don't listen, and if they're on the outside really wanting something, and then start talking, they don't.
Well, and this guy felt like a big guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, when the rest of us are all squirming around on the end of our hooks.
He became a go-to person.
Yeah, and he loved that. Yeah, if you need something done, go to him. Well, wait a minute. It took 4 other people to have at least a say in that. So it becomes really, I'm skipping the workshop objectives. Because we're not going to go back. We'll figure out whether we accomplished anything at the end of the day. How's that? Okay, so we haven't gone deeply into unity of purpose, but one of the things, another thing that just before I checked it, I want to give you something that's directly off of your website. I'm just saying knock you over.
It's 11:45.
Okay, thanks.
All right, we're on the ball.
I missed it by a minute.
Oh my God. Yeah, it's dangerous to miss it by a minute. Okay, take one and pass them down. Another part, when we talk about unity of purpose, this is the Jurupa Unified School District mission statements, and goals. Are these adopted?
Yes.
So, are these part of your unity of purpose? It doesn't matter that you weren't on the board that adopted these. Once something has been adopted by the board, it is the law of the land until it is changed through official channels. So should this be part of your unity of purpose? Yeah. Yeah, it's achieving this mission and goals, which is what I've heard here. So that's exactly the point. And as you get into your looking at your goals and other things for the coming year, as you're looking at this. And what happens with these performance goals? You've got 6 performance goals here. These performance goals, I'm sure, are broken down into smaller, trackable goals, right? I mean, that you measure and that come back as proof that you're moving toward the achievement of that. Is that?
They're all part of our LEAP and our other planning documents. These were specifically designed to conform with our requirements, but also go beyond if that
Right.
makes sense. So,
Okay.
they're reviewed every year
Yeah.
through our LEAP and now really through our LCAP.
Yeah.
You can see they conform with
Yeah.
that.
So when you were asking, Linda, about how you review them, these are your big, broad, overarching goals. And then each year, you're gonna have some kind of you're gonna have some most important pieces underneath this that you're gonna hold the superintendent, that guy, accountable to
But these
in
will
his
probably
evaluation.
possibly stay the same, because these
These are your
are
big
broad.
broad goals. I don't see, this kind of thing doesn't change.
Yeah.
But there are gonna be some, what are they, I'm losing my language here. Because they're gonna- action plans and action steps that are actually the SMART goals underneath them, that are the steps that are taking you there. So in order for all English, let's just take all English language learners to become proficient in English and reach high academic standards, what is the most important thing that we have to do this year, to get us there? You see what I'm saying? And then you turn that into the SMART goal. If that happens, you already know what success looks like, and then you build that into the superintendent's evaluation, and then it comes back to you for review. So, but you all agree on that all together. So it's like, what is the biggest goal under performance goal 1? What's or two or whatever? What is it that we're really focused on this year? So in your LCAP, it's going to show you that as you review that and see where you are and how you did.
Is that in July? After?
No, it's coming
Or
up
does it
soon.
come up at the beginning of the year?
Right now, you're getting to mid-year reports.
At the beginning?
You review it and reapprove it. In June, it notches forward, it becomes another 3-year plan.
That's what I thought, at the end of our
And it's
fiscal
just,
year.
it's kind of interesting because in developing the LCAP, which kind of was sort of like a separate process, but 1, 4, and 6 are the 3 main goals of the LCAP, which were derived from the 8 state goals that were in the Law 5, whatever it is, 6062 of the Ed Code. So it's kind of like what we've been doing all along is what we need to be doing.
Yeah, and that holds you in good stead. I think, the hard part then is really talking about how do you, when and all of that comes to you. And I do have a government, don't let me forget, kind of later, to give you this sample district governance calendar. I brought the generic, or the most recent generic one, and it does have the LCAP stuff on it this time. So this is generic, and you can turn, it's easy for staff then to turn that into, you'll see the big things that you're dealing with are on this calendar. And so, and they come around, there's a cycle. That's the nice part about being on a school district board is that there is a cycle. And after 4 years on the board, you may understand what it is.
Well, and I knew that they come up at some point, I just didn't know when.
So,
Now, do we get things like that in the governance training?
oh yeah, in the governance training, you'll get,
The
we
goal.
keep working constantly updating this. In fact, this is my partner in governance, in foundations and governance integration, Bob Kane, who is retired superintendent from Kentfield, way up up in Sonoma County. He actually said, our sample calendar didn't have the LCAP or LCFF or any of that, anything in there. So he really is the one who has made sure that everything is in there, working with other people to make sure that we're keeping it. But we try and keep it updated, so. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna give you an assignment for after lunch. I'm trying to figure out how to do this to you. And you know what I think I'm gonna do, because I'm gonna make Denise
Or
work.
to us.
I'm gonna do it to you. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Yeah. So I've got here the board bylaws and the board policies that have to do with roles. We're gonna go into roles and responsibilities right after lunch. because it's from the roles and responsibilities, then you can develop your norms and protocols based on what you're going to do. So I'm going to, so I'm trying to figure out how to do this, because usually I only have one superintendent in the room and the board, and so I always put the superintendent in the board bylaws part. But I think I'm going to put the entire, and I'm going to include you in this too, Denise. So there you go. You don't have anything to do, right? So there are 5. So I'm going to give the board these administrative staff, the board bylaws, and the limits on board member authority. So you've got a 9,000. So take one of these and pass it along. And then I need to get them back because at the end of this, you will get them as well. And then take one of these. This is limits of board member authority. I'm going to give the board and you have a policy here that is called Administration Concepts and Roles. This is the sample, the 2,000 that I handed you first, is not one of your adopted policies. This is the sample CSBA policy, and it's not in your book. But one of the things that I think is really important is that your policy book is like your Bible. It directs everything that you do. And one of the pieces about these administrative policies is this is the legal handoff from the board that says what we want to the superintendent and staff whose job is to implement that. So even though this isn't one of your policies, I think it's important that you look at it, and I think it would be important for you all to consider adopting that and adding it. And then you also have this one, which is Board Policy 2110, which is the duties and responsibilities of the superintendent, the chief administrative officer. So, okay. All right, so take one and pass them along. And at the end, everybody's going to have all of these. So I need whatever extras. Okay. Don't let me, and somebody's got to be responsible for reminding me that you don't all have one of them. But I don't want you to get all confused right now. So here's what you're going to do. During lunch, you're going to get together and talk about, and you can go into the book. Let me take a minute here before we get into this. So before I get into yours. Okay, you look in your booklet on page 15. There's a Venn diagram there that shows a little bit conceptually. I can find it here. It shows conceptually how the roles play out. Okay, so just as a broad overview, and if you look at page 15, you can kind of follow along. Although I noticed on Saturday, I've been gone for 6 months, and they changed the workbook, and so I'm going to ask you to write some things down here, and then I've got to get hold of them because I already had all these before I realized what I'm teaching and what is in the book is not the same. Not a good idea. This understanding roles. There are very, very distinct roles, and an easy way to think about the difference between the board's role and administration's role is the board works, and always with the superintendent. You're never out there operating on your own. He's like your extra appendage. You all have 3 arms, and he's the 3rd arm for all of you, or 2 heads, he's the 2nd head. However you want to think about it. But your job is to think about what it is we want. And in that, it's the value-driven work. So it is about what are the beliefs that we have, and look at are those things that you talked about being proud of. Do you think those equate to the beliefs that you have about this school district? Yeah, it's what you're really proud of. Says you wouldn't be proud of it if you didn't think it was important. So those beliefs, why is it that's kind of guiding and directing this? Well, this is what we want. We want highly qualified staff. We want to pay our staff as well as we possibly can. We want them to have competitive salaries. We want this to be a family-oriented. So all of those things create that belief, which creates that vision. Because if that's what you want, you've got to create a vision that's going to help you maintain it. And all of the things that you're doing are helping you maintain that. So the vision. The mission is how we do that. So our mission is to educate our students, right? That's kind of the staff piece of that. And then your policies have to flow right from that. Now, some of them flow right out of the law. You don't have a lot of choice. But some of them you do have some discretion. And then you all, working again with the superintendent, identify what are the priorities, the things that we have to do in order to continue this forward momentum that we've got, this forward movement. So you all decide that. You say, superintendent, this is what we want. Superintendent says, okay, got it. Now, where's the superintendent going to go? Superintendent's going to go down here to the staff, first to administration, and say, and so some of the words in that top circle, did you have beliefs, vision, mission, policies, and priorities?
No,
Mission
it's,
isn't it?
Okay, so
Or
stick
that.
mission in between vision and policies. And then on the bottom, this is the one I think that is different than mine. On the bottom, the superintendent says, okay, this is what the board wants. Staff, we need to develop some action plans. Okay? And so, okay, and then what happens? And then what's the next job? After you've got the action plans, what does the staff have to do? They implement it. So they implement what was done. So implementation should be next. Then, and that's strategies, tactics, and techniques is implementation. So I just cross that out because I don't think that's something that often confuses the courts. We don't get into the strategies. So it's just the staff, the action plans and the implementation are the strategies, tactics, and techniques. Then as things are being implemented, is there something built into the action plan that's going to tell you whether it's working or not, whether you're getting the results you want or not? So they're going to also evaluate as they're going along, right? And then they're going to bring the progress reports to the board. So this is the skill-driven work, and it's the how it happens. Okay, and it comes back. So that's the administration, teachers, and all of the other classified staff that get this to happen. Where it comes together is in that middle part, where you agree, as I was saying a minute ago, on what are the strategic goals and what are the success indicators. So the board says these are the 4, or the 6, or however many you agree on. Most important things we're going to do is you get through that LCAP, there are going to be some things, your review, there are going to be some things that staff says, this is popping up, we really need to focus on this year. So you say to Elliot, would that be one of the things that you want to include in your evaluation? So again, it's because then what does that signal to the staff? This is really an important goal. The superintendent's being evaluated on that, right? So then what's the superintendent going to evaluate everybody else on? Whether or not that's happening, right? So it all flows. And so that's the way this all works. So whenever this used to say the board up here, the board doesn't do anything without the superintendent. So we always talk about it being the governance team. And in some districts, the superintendent has a cabinet, works very closely with the board. In some places, the superintendent and the board work together, the superintendent works with the cabinet. That's your, that's whatever is comfortable here, whatever works here. And so that's just the first piece. So now I want you to look on page 22 in the book. And then we're going to talk about the way these roles play out. So if you look at page 22 in your book, and it's only going to take me another minute, we're going to maybe 3 minutes late for lunch. Is lunch here? Do you know? Okay. So remember I said to you before there are 5 responsibilities? And of course she knows. Why? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to ask that.
No, it was just me saying it's been here because I can smell it.
Oh, I can smell. Oh, you can smell. I can smell it. Okay. So there are, remember I said to you there are 5 responsibilities of the board. And it really is part of the cycle. So the board says what we want. Up here at the top of this cycle, the yellow part is where the governance team lives. It's the governance team part of the Venn diagram. And so if you look here, it says you set the direction. So you say, these are the intended results. This is what we want. We want kids who are highly successful. We want our students to graduate from high school. We want whatever. So whatever the intended results are, every time the board carries out a responsibility, it triggers a response from staff. So remember before I said, you say to the superintendent, this is what we want, and then what does the superintendent do? Goes down to the staff and says, what? Yeah, what do? We need a plan. We need some action plans here to be able to do this. Okay, and now this, and you see how there's a wavy line across here? Carver, who's considered a governance guru, years ago drew a kind of a cycle, and he put a straight line across here. When I first got on my board, that's the way we operated in Palm Springs. What happens when you have a straight line? Where's the conversation?
You only do, it ends right there.
It ends right there, and what are we arguing about? Who's got the biggest piece of the pie? Right? We're not, right? Yeah, if it's a straight line, that's what we're talking about. So this needs to be here. Now here's, you see where it has respect, open communication, confidence, and trust. That goes both ways across here. The staff has to be able to feel that to the board. If the board is constantly giving gotchas to the staff, that's not going to work. If the staff is constantly giving board members, not giving board members the information that they need or whatever, then this all falls apart. It has to be here, this kind of mutual trust, this open communication, but it all has to happen through protocols. So it's not a free-for-all, because nobody sitting here has time for all 5 board members to come in individually and go through the entire agenda with them before the board meeting, right? So having some protocols about how you do that. So we say the intended results, we come down here, we create the action plans, and then once the action plans, and there may be some conversation back and forth. It wasn't clear. What is it exactly? Well, we need to rethink that. Or the staff really believes that we've gone, maybe we've gone down a funny path. Can we rethink that, and maybe we need to be heading in this direction? So you're going to do some give and take before you get to that final action plan, to the degree that the superintendent feels it's important to have those kinds of conversations. And then eventually it's going to come back up here, and how do you establish the structure? What does that say there? Right next to establish the structure. Oh, take action. If it doesn't have it, it should.
Take action, okay.
It should say take action. So you establish the structure where? Where do you do that? If you're taking action, where does the board take action? At the board meeting. So that means you're voting on things. You're voting on the action plan. You're voting on the budget. You're voting to hire people. You're voting to buy materials and supplies and whatever. So whatever that action plan needs gets built into whatever you need to do at the board meeting, and you take action. Now, not only do you have an action plan, but you've got the materials and resources. So now that triggers what from the staff? What's the next thing? Now they're implementing it. And as they're implementing it, they're evaluating it, and they're bringing you progress reports. And look where monitor progress is, right above that. So where do you get progress reports from the staff? At the board meeting. Ah, look at that. So where do you monitor progress?
During the board meeting.
At the board meeting.
Discuss it.
By receiving those reports, by asking questions, how's it working? What are we doing? And did we hit any glitches? Whatever. And I'm going to give you a paper that can show you some really good questions to ask about both action plans and progress reports, because there's a great paper there. So then eventually, you're going to get to the final result, right? And so under number 4, well, before I get there, so number 3, while all of this is going on down here, the action planning, the implementation, the evaluation, and the developing of the progress reports, you're creating a supportive environment. What does that mean for the board? What does that mean? Because it's not happening at the board. It's not happening at the board table. Where is it happening? It's happening while the staff is working. So what does that mean? How do you do that?
Let them do their work.
You let them do their work. Are you interested?
Yes.
Yeah. You go to a school site and say, gosh, I heard you had this really great program. When you're going maybe with the walk around with Elliot or whomever you're going around, I'd really like to see that program at that school. So I know what's going on, and I want to see that, and I want to be part of that. So, however, I know you've got a protocol for visiting, how you go about visiting schools and how you do that, but you want to be thinking about, we've got all this stuff happening. I want to see that stuff. I want to know about it. I want to talk about it when I get back to the board meeting. Gosh, I was in, I went over to such and such school with Elliot, and I took a walk through, or maybe the whole board, or however you do that here. And wow, what they're doing in the computer lab is amazing. Talk it up. That's what your board report needs to be about. Talking it up, not bringing every problem. I saw a pothole in the floor. And then eventually you're going to get to those actual results here. Well, let me just tell you a horror story real quick. And this was a well-intentioned brand new board member who had been a police investigator before he retired. Once he got elected to the board in a small district with 5 schools, lucky for him, just 5 schools, he spent every day at a different school investing. Very good intentions. This was a man that loved his schools, isn't it? But what was the result on the campuses? I mean, every day he went to 5 schools. So a different day of the week was devoted to a different school. And every day, there he is, and he's at the campus investigating things. And then he's going and he's telling whomever, the principal or the teacher or the whatever. What was the result of that?
You slowed the project down.
He didn't slow the project down.
Fear.
Well, what the heck do we have a board member running around our campus every Monday, all day long? For?
Trust.
No trust. And then he's looking, and is he looking for good stuff? No, he's investigating the bad stuff. So now, do you think that was a supportive environment? No. It set up this atmosphere of absolute fear in people. They didn't know what the heck he was doing. And do you have any individual authority? No. But you are people with perceived power. And it's frightening. I mean, when I got on the board in Palm Springs, I told you, busy, all over the district, wherever my kids were. It was like Sally Fields. They liked me. They really liked me. But I can guarantee that the minute I was elected to the board, the first time I visited school, what went around that campus? Board member on campus. Faster than you can even imagine. Well, I didn't think I'd changed, but I did, because now I'm a person of perceived power. And it's different. I still don't think I changed, but it's really hard when all of a sudden those relationships change, and it's difficult. So now here, those actual results are going to come to you at a board meeting. You're going to get that report. What are the chances that you're going to go all the way around this very nicely, and it's just going to go, oh gosh, look at that. We got our actual results and our intended results lined up, just like that. What do you think? Maybe. It depends. And so, again, the question isn't off with their, I mean, the answer isn't off with your heads, you didn't meet the goal. Okay, so what happened? What happened? Why not? What are we gonna do? What is our plan? And off you go again. And then the fifth responsibility is to demonstrate community leadership. And that means that your community, internal and external, needs to know about all of this, everything that's going on. They need to know how hard your staff is working to implement Common Core. They need to know that your accounting people are now, again, creating an LCAP plan, and they don't have the revisions yet. Do you have the revisions of what it's going to have to look like as you? No, not yet. That's the way the state works. You know, I used to laugh and say, you're flying the plane as you're building it. No, you're flying this plane and being checked up on before you've even got all the parts. And you've been doing that for 2 years. Your staff has been doing that for 2 years. They've been doing that with Common Core, and they've been doing that with LCAP for 2 years. So this, being aware of that and letting the community know, wow, we're so excited about Common Core, but our staff is working so hard. I want you to know our staff is so dedicated, and they're coming up with amazing curriculum and amazing lesson plans, and our kids are loving it. You know, that kind of stuff. That's the kind of stuff that you need to be seeing going out there. And so those are the 5 responsibilities. At the end of the day, are you going to be able to tell me what's number 1?
Sets direction.
What's number 2?
Structure.
Establish the structure. What's number 3? Well, the staff is working. What are you doing?
Staff plan.
You're creating a supportive environment. Ross. Okay, what's the next one? Ensure accountability. And what's the last one?
Demonstrate community leadership.
Demonstrate community leadership. At the end of the day, you got to be able to say that. Don't you? Okay, but it's a cycle. You think about it as a cycle. So it's lunchtime. So now I've given you a little overview. There's more information here, and you can look on the role of the board. Superintendent district staff starts on page 14 in your booklet. So you can use your bylaws. You're going to use the bylaws and come up with the role of the board, and then you're going to choose somebody to come up here and write it down when you're done. So
let's do those 5 things we just went through.
no, you got to think about this and think about how you're going to say it and say it well. And then this group is going to talk about the role of the superintendent and district administration. This group, you've also got to pay attention to limits of board member authority. Okay, don't
And
forget.
just to make it clear too, because you mentioned in a lot of districts, the superintendent meets along with the board. All of the assistant superintendents that I consider, any one of them could step into my place and does on occasion. And I encourage, direct communication between them and board members, vice versa. So.
Yeah. So that's your practice here. And so, and is, if there's nobody to tell you that's wrong or right. This is your governance team. So that's the way it goes. So lunch is here. You want to take maybe 15 minutes to eat, and then we'll give you another 15 minutes after we finish to do your work and write your charts. Does that work?
I raised 3 times.
What did you
I'll
say?
bet you memo can too. You don't get that food fast, you don't get it.
Okay. So let's take till 12:30 to eat, and then at 12, I mean, if you can be working and doing whatever, and at 12:30 if you're ready, if you want to eat and however you want to do it, I guess. At 12:45, we're going to have a conversation. Okay.
Ready.
Okay. Now we're ready. You're on.
Well, it'll be me, and you notice we kept it very wide but doable.
I think that's the superintendent
So,
speaking.
and really, it's very similar to what's in there, but we looked at kind of point out the most important parts. And so, because you also said limit to the board member authority, and really, we took that to mean individual board member authority,
Right.
not the authority of the board.
Right, that's exactly right.
Because the board as a whole really could do whatever they could do legally.
That's right.
That's their limitation.
That's right.
So the most important role is really setting direction and carrying out the mission of the district. And that's why, actually, I'm glad you brought up the mission statement and whether those are, relevant to people today. And I think this is really important, and it hasn't always happened, is identifying the strengths and needs of the district and I would add in a positive way so as to provide the support. Solicit staff and community input, and kind of just as a sub-note, I've always thought of the board as the eyes and ears of the community. Not that one community member becomes the spokesperson through the board, but filtering what the community brings to you. You're out at events, you hear things, and ensuring and monitoring implementation, making sure we do the things we're supposed to do, depending on how long that list is, and adopting fair and responsible policies. And I think that's really important. You are required by law to adopt some policies and, to just say, but in the end, those policies really need to be fair and responsible, even when they're mandated for you to adopt. Work as a unit, not as an individual. And I think that's important. I like your analogy. This is their office. That's where you do your work. You don't have administrative responsibilities and not responsible for day-to-day operations. So, and you kind of covered that all before, but really the work of the board happens here and really out in the community, bringing the community to here where you do the work.
Good. Any comments from anybody about this? What do you all hear from that or think about that? Don't be shy. Well, what does it say about the board's role?
It says they're a team.
It says they're a team, you're a team. You have to work with each other.
We have to work with each other, yes.
You don't have any choice. Ultimately, what whole carries the day on a board like this? You vote, and then what does it take to create a decision? A majority. So 3 people ultimately can carry the day. You hope that through your dialogue and deliberation, you're going to get to a place where you've melded ideas and you've done all of that. But I mean, there are going to be times during all of our tenures on the board where we're going to be on the opposite side of the prevailing vote. So, that's part of what comes along with it. But it's understanding that regardless, our job is to work as a unit and come up with the best decision that we can reach.
The other dimension that I think is very important here is that in terms of the teamwork approach is that even if I vote as a minority member on a particular action item, that once the board has made a decision, I'm a member of the board, a team member of the board. And so I may not have agreed all along, but I support that decision because now there's been a decision made by the board, not by an individual.
Right, and what has happened, once the board has voted, let's say it is a 3-2 vote, the board has voted, and what do you do with that vote? You say to the superintendent, this is what we want. What is the superintendent's legal obligation? To implement that direction. So what happens, what is the likely upshot of a board member who was on the minority side out in the community rallying people for his or her position? What happens then? What happens to the staff? What happens to the...
They don't feel like, you're working as a team.
They don't feel like they're working as a team. Let's take that, when I was the swing vote, the one in the middle. If it was a decision that people didn't like, what happened?
You got the heat.
I got the heat,
Yeah.
even after. I still was getting the pressure. So when there's a 3-2 vote, people are gonna try and figure out, who was that? Who was the one that we can maybe get to? And when that happens, so was our district, did it ever feel settled and comfortable and moving forward? No. I mean, I tried really hard not to waffle around and not to get swayed after a vote. But those weren't good days, and it didn't feel good. The district was always just a little bit out off balance. Well, you don't want to off balance what's going on here. That's what's really, you've got beautiful things going on here, and you don't want to do that. I want to draw your attention to page 14, where it says the role of the board and superintendent here. That, this is this kind of comparison and discussion is out of this book, the school board field book. It's referenced on the bottom of page 14 there, if you're interested. If any of you are kind of governance students and like to do that kind of reading. But this is a very, very good book about talking about how you do that and how the board leads through the vision and not by getting into the day-to-day. And one of the one of the things that they have pulled together is just a diagram of the way this all works. And so if you think about it, if you look at the top of page 14, it divides the board, the strategic, the tactical, and the operational. And that really is what has to happen. Remember when we talked about the first thing that you do is you set the vision here. And that needs to be an inclusive vision. It can't be just your vision. It has to include all of your stakeholders. And when we're thinking about creating that vision, is your staff part of the stakeholder groups? You betcha. Your staff, anybody that has an interest, your elected officials that support your community, your Kiwanis groups and other service groups, anybody that does that. All of that, you're going to be going up and down, back and forth, and your LCAP requires you to do it. I think to me that's one of the best. It happened in a very short timeline, but it was important and it needed. A lot of us in districts across the state needed to do a better job of including our stakeholders in some of this. So, even though sometimes their ideas are good ideas, it's just that the devil is in the details is the issue. So what the stakeholders need and want comes here. Then the mission, vision, and values. So this is all floating up around here, and it's also, you've got to have everybody involved in getting to that. But here's how the mission, so you've got your stakeholders' needs and requirements coming back and forth, you're having those conversations. Then from that, it turns into the mission, vision, values, and goals. And then it goes down to the staff. Remember we said, then what's the second thing? Developing the action plans and the strategies and the techniques. And again, this is a mobile, it moves back and forth. Once you've done that, then it goes down to the people who do the operations. So this is just another way of looking at the governance cycle. And that's the people that are doing the day-to-day work. One of the most interesting things for me is that Mark Van Clay and Harry Saldwedel talked about the three different groups, the board, the administration, and the teachers and other day-to-day implementation staff, as looking at time differently. And I think it's always important for us to realize that. As board members, we've got a vision, right? Some board members have kids in school, or I have grandkids in school. Well, doggone it, I want that vision implemented, and I want it implemented now, right? Because every day in the life of the child is a day we don't get back. And I've got 5 amazing grandchildren. So I want that happening, and I want it happening now. Fortunately for them, none of them live in my community, so their board members don't have to worry. But I do have told their board members, I know who you are, and I can find out where you live. So you better do it right. I've got these 5 amazing grandchildren. So then, so for boards of education, we want it heard, because that's the way it happens. For the tactical folks, the people that are creating the plans, that are creating the strategies, that are creating, they know they're leading, they've got this ocean liner here. And it was headed this direction, now we're going over here. And it's not going to go quite as fast as the board would like it. It's going to take time. You've got to involve all these people, and you've got to get all those things to happen. And then when you get down here to the operation, particularly the teachers in the classroom, time is even longer, because that means every child, each child, trying to get to this next spot. Each child. In the district where I was last week, their motto is, every child learns something new every day. Progress for every child, every day. And so, and you've got similar thoughts here. So, but for this, it's like, you know, I mean, some kids are going to get it, bang, and other kids it's going to take longer, and you can't just forget it, right? You got to figure out how to get along. So it's always interesting for boards to realize it's like an ocean liner. Your ocean liner left port 6 months ago, and when the train changed direction, it doesn't turn on a dime, and it needs to get translated into some other things. So let's hear from. We heard from the superintendent. We haven't heard from the. We heard from the role of the board. We haven't heard about the superintendent. So what's the superintendent supposed to do? Who's going to come up and present this? This is a 2-pager.
I noticed that. Multiple colors.
Multiple colors. Very creative. But you got to have a spokesperson. It doesn't have to be your president. She can, and you can, Cheryl, you can choose
I'm the new
somebody.
guy.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, go Robert.
We kind of pretty much took it from a step-by-step, kind of what we kind of understand in the policy. So, first we feel he's the CEO of Jurupa Unified. Defines how the school district will be run, based on the direction he gets from the board. Helps develop job descriptions with the help of the staff. And also recommends employment. A lot of the stuff he's doing with the help of his staff. We feel that they do a lot of it, Superintendent provides a lot of the leadership for that, so he's ultimately responsible for that. Second thing, secretary to the board, works with our president to prepare agendas, provide information to the board, whether it's future needs, and also maintains board records.
Page 2.
Page 2. We ran out of time. We might have had a page 3.
Thank you for calling time on that.
So these are kind of a little bit higher level maybe. As a superintendent, he helps to shape the culture and the environment of the district. And a couple other things they probably line up with that. The culture being, within the community. There's one down here that at the state level, and county level, but also at the city level. We've got some city things going on here. And also with other groups like the Lions Club, Chamber of Commerce, those types of things. Oversees alignment of plans and district staff. The board rep for employee relations. Sees that the board direction is implemented, and he reports progress. And again, this is kind of another representing the district, responsible for shaping district focus on student achievement and community relations. So I think we really feel like the superintendent takes a leadership role in the community, not just in the school district, but also to convey to our community that we have a bright future.
Okay, so what is the difference between these two roles? Anybody? What's the difference?
There's more pages.
You're really busy is what that says.
The board is just the overseer. He makes it happen.
Exactly right. You have oversight, but you do not do the work, as it says here. You do not do the work. And here's a little motto for you to remember. Boards do not do the do. If they try to do the do, they step in the do.
That's our thought for the day.
That's your thought for the day. You got that. So it's just and another.
We won't put that up over.
But it's just a way of thinking about that. The minute you step in and you think, is there somebody being paid to do this? If there's somebody being paid to do this, I need to back up. Because now I'm either interfering with somebody's job or doing somebody's job, probably messing it up. So that's the reality. So you have to stop and think. You hire people that you hold accountable through your policies to do the work of this district. And if we step in and get down there to, and the hardest part, and I worked in districts that are very small. I mean, imagine a 350 student district. Gets worse on this scale, but in a 350 student district, everybody's my neighbor, everybody's my friend, one of them might be my dentist, and their child is having a problem, and they come to me with the problem. Leslie, would you just, I just need somebody to go into the classroom with me and sit down with the teacher. What happens if a board member walks in to a classroom with a parent who's got a concern? What does that teacher, what happens?
They stop teaching.
Well, this is an appointment.
That they will stop and they'll
It's
get
no
nervous.
longer the student having the problem, it's the teacher thinking, what's the problem with me?
Maybe favoritism too.
There's been a decision made, right? I've made a choice as a board member that I'm going to go in and support this parent. I haven't heard the other side of the story. Do I have any place being in there? No, I don't have any place, because what happens, let's say I didn't get into it, all right? And then parent goes in, sees the teacher, doesn't get what's needed, goes in and sees the principal, doesn't go in and get needed, finally rises up to somewhere. Where can it eventually get? Where can it eventually rise to? It can eventually rise to the hearing of the board. Well, if I've had my nose in it down here, then I have to I can't be in the room. If I've made some kind of a judgment, or I've made some kind of a decision, or I've been involved in this situation in some way, then I'm going to have to recuse myself from that hearing, because I can't be fair and impartial. And that's your job, is if stuff rises to the level of a hearing at the board level, you have to be fair and impartial. You can't get in there. So what is your protocol? Some of you that have been on the board for a while, when you've had a complaint from a staff member or a parent or anybody, when you get a complaint about something in a school district, what is your protocol?
I tell them to go back to their supervising person, or as someone had mentioned that they were frustrated with the Common Core thing, I said, well, don't you have a representative, someone who's working with you to do the plans? But go back to them and meet with the principal, see what you can work out there first.
So you're going to put them back into the system at the lowest possible place. If this is Johnny's teacher that the parent is angry with, have you talked to the teacher? Because 9 times out of 10, I'm mad. Johnny came home crying. I don't want to go talk to the teacher. You need to go talk to the teacher and find out what happened. And then move up and help them understand how to access the system. And the biggest reason for that is because you have how many? 4 mandated complaint policies. And they're for people, programs, materials, and access. Is that right? Are those the 4? So, and they are mandated by law, which means that, which means they have to be followed exactly. Some of them have legal timelines, some of them have specific things that have to be checked off. So if we get in the middle of that, what have we done?
Stop the process, it has to start
And
over.
and Leslie, sometimes we spend a long time trying to figure out where a complaint falls.
Yeah,
And there's even now with bullying law provision for anonymous complaints.
yeah,
So, I mean, they're really complicated.
yeah,
And I was gonna throw something in here, because what happens is, if you side with a particular party at the beginning of a complaint, you're giving up your whole cover of, and I don't mean cover, but your whole umbrella of authority, and to be fair, and you may be wrong. I mean, everybody that comes has a good story. And, when you complain about an employee, chances are that employee has just as reasonable a side to their story. And as soon as you take a side, first of all, it won't even get to you, they'll be mad at the staff, not you. I guess what I'm trying to say, it doesn't usually help you as a member of the community, because then you take the hits if you can't carry it through. All of a sudden you're the go-to. My kid's in trouble and you don't get my kid out of trouble, Donna, I'm not gonna vote for you next time. My kid's not in school this week anymore. He did get in trouble.
The other,
They all did.
yeah.
the other consequence that results from this sometimes is it creates distrust in terms of the staff and the staff's ability to do their job. And conveying mistrust or lack of confidence on the staff is not going to be a good thing for relations to work together on anything from there.
That's right. So, and one of the issues is you have an obligation to be responsive to the staff or to community members or parents. Do you as a board or as individual board members have a responsibility to listen and?
No,
Sure you do.
go ahead and listen to them.
Yeah. So you want to listen to them. Here's a, you want to listen to them so that you understand what they're saying. And then you can say to them, well, you want to listen, because sometimes that's all they want. They just want somebody to hear. So you're just going to listen. And then you're going to ask them, who have you talked to? I'm talking to you. Oh, okay. Right? So then you're going to put them back into the system. It's a real simple protocol. I'm going to say the lowest point of contact for them. I mean, the first lowest point of contact where they should be. Because if you don't go through those processes, so you got to listen, because the last thing you want is the word to get around. Well, I went to Nemo and I was explaining to him my son was failing math and he just said, look, that's not a board issue. I can't listen to you, and shut me off. Well, how do you think Memo will get elected next time? Not if I have anything to do about it, right? So you want to listen, but you don't want to agree. You don't want to give any indication. You just want to hear what the issue is. You might ask them to clarify. So am I understanding what you're upset about is that your child failed geometry and you don't know, what the issue is? Is that what I'm hearing? Yeah. Well, have you talked to the geometry teacher? Well, absolutely not. I mean, why would I do that? She's failing my son. He is. So, well, you need to talk to the geometry teacher. That's where you need to start. If at that point you're not happy, you might talk to the counselor or the principal, but you want to start by talking to that person. So you're going to give them some options to go through. There also are, all of these complaint procedures have written components. People can file written complaints. You don't want to go there first. because that triggers, the minute somebody files that written complaint, it triggers whatever is in that mandated policy. So you want to give your staff an opportunity to try to resolve it before it gets into that legal stuff, because it's legal, complicated stuff once it gets there. So, and how many, remind me again, how many students, we have about 20,000 students here, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's only 5,000 apiece, right?
Leslie, some of these.
So you guys could, I mean, if you divided your students alphabetically, right, you could handle 5,000, right?
Sure.
Sure, no problem, right?
That's
You
good.
start, so it started because
I'm
it's
sorry,
one
you're an
grade.
A through G and I'm an A still. You need to talk to Melo.
I was going to say, Leslie, that sometimes complaints may not come from citizens or parents. It may also arise from staff members. Some staff may
Right.
complain about the evaluation they got or the way they were treated by another staff member or a principal, and so they come at you from all directions.
And so what, does this work for that?
Yes.
Yeah, you listen to them. Oh, you know, I'm sorry you're feeling that way. I agree with you. I'm sorry you're feeling that way. Have you talked to your supervisor? The answer's going to be no. They want you to do it, and especially if you're new, they want you to do it. I mean, think about right now, until you've got some sea legs under you as a board member, every parent, every student, every staff member is either 2 or 15, whichever you prefer. And they're going to push to see how far they can push you.
They're good at it.
They're good at it, and yeah, and so they're going to they want you to handle their problem. Well, that's 5,000 kids. How many staff members did you say you have here?
1,800 plus another 500.
Okay, so 1,800 divided by 5, that's a lot. And again, I guess the only way you could really handle the staff would be to divide them alphabetically. And then you hope 2 staff members in the same alphabetical place don't get into it with each other, because now you've got a problem. You got to be solemn. So you see how silly it starts getting? You all can't resolve the problems. They've got to go through the legal processes, and we get in the way. So, but this is the most important thing. You put them back in the logical first, it's really, that's what I should say here, in the logical first point of contact for them. And usually that's the person that they're complaining about. That you would know who, then who's the next step. If they're supervisor, well, then, maybe you go to the principal, or I don't know what your lines of authority or you would, need to do here, but you go up through that. You don't, and again, what don't you want to send them to? You don't want to send them to the written complaint policy until they've allowed the system a chance to work. So, okay, so look at that, we wrote a protocol. That was painful. So it's just being logical and thinking about and knowing, what do your policies say and how do they do that? Let's see here. So, which brings me to here on page 24 in your book. We call this our balancing act. And new board members, particularly, sometimes feel like you're over here and you're balancing all by yourself, because you don't know all the answers, you don't know all the policies, you don't know all of that stuff. And then, but even veteran board members, you are balancing sometimes by yourself. Whenever you're looking at a new problem, a new issue, when you're thinking about someone, when someone comes up to you on the street with an issue or whatever, you've got to weigh and balance and measure. So, and then over here we've got the board. So this is just kind of a litmus test of a way to think about like new ideas, or like board members will say, well, we have on our agenda, a new agenda, at the end of every agenda, we have new agenda items, or future agenda items. And so, how do you figure out what you're doing then? I said, well, first of all, I think that's a lousy idea. You don't just keep bringing up. You've got a plan. Do you have a mission, a vision, a goals? Is the district moving? Is this ocean liner on its way somewhere? So are we just gonna plunk some new agenda item up there, kind of out of the blue without really thinking about it? Is there any agenda item that would not require some kind of district resources? So, I mean, even if it's just staff time, right? So you've got to always think about it. You may have learned about this wonderful, wonderful thing at CSBA conference. You heard about all this stuff. You bring it back. You say, I think we need to do this, Elliot. And Elliot goes, okie when do I fit that in, right? So the point is, you've got to have processes, but we're going to talk about this. But when you think about new ideas, any new idea, even if it is at the appropriate vision setting time when you're reviewing things, this is a good litmus test for you to use for your head. The first is, how does this help us make sure we're serving each child? Is there, or is this serving each child at the expense of, or this group of children at the expense of another? If that's the case, would there need to be some kind of mitigation, or what would we be doing? What about our district beliefs, mission, and goals? Does this new idea fit into that? Or is this just some cockamamie thing I went and read about, and I want to, and I'm all excited about it, but it doesn't really have much relation to anything that we're doing. So that's another thing that you're going. Then, do you have finite resources in the district? No, infinite resources, right? Infinite. Yeah, he's going, I mean, in people, material, time, and money. You've got infinite resources, and you've got to balance and weigh. So that's the next thing you're going to look at. Will our district resources support this new thing? What about the laws and regulations? Are there laws and regulations that we're going to have to pay attention to when we're thinking through this? It's very few things you can just pick up and plunk down in a school district, because has anybody looked at a recent ed code? I can't reach on a shelf as wide as the ed code is. They add to it all the time, they never take away. And I would venture to guess there are things in the ed code that contradict other things in the ed code in many, many places. And look where stakeholders, does it matter what your stakeholders think? Does it matter? Sure it does. Sure it does. But look where they are. Where do they think they should be? They think they should be up here, right? Well, think about that. You're on all of these logs as we're going down here. You have to also think about this governance team. How are we doing here? Are we doing this well, or are we fighting? Are we battling with each other? Is one of us running around out in the community bad-mouthing the other one? So, I mean, how are we doing this as a governance team? Are we working well together, or are we making it difficult on each other? And then this notion of modeling civic responsibility. Are we demonstrating that we really do care for every child here, that we take our fiduciary responsibility seriously and all of those things? And then who at this table threw away their personal values and beliefs when you joined the board? Raise your hand. They're here, aren't they? Yeah. Every time you vote. But do you bring those to the top of the list? You can't. Because you've sworn to protect the community's interest in this public school. And so you get to weigh, and you may vote no. When you get here and you just say, I understand this is going to be a 4-1 vote, but I have to vote no on this, just because of my belief on this area. But then I'm not going to impede the ability of the district to do that. But I can't bring it up here, because I don't get to my way any more than anybody else gets their way here. And my beliefs aren't better than anybody else's beliefs. They're just different, right? So this is a good litmus test here. And so then some other things that you have to think about. Is there a history of politics rolling around? And for those of you that are new, that's often a good question to ask. When something comes up and you've got, and you don't quite get it, make an appointment with Elliot, you know, when you're having a conversation about the agenda or whatever it is that you're doing, and just say, you know, Elliot, you know, is there a history behind this that I should know? Because sometimes that will help you understand either what the community's all up in arms about or other things, or the staff. So again, you can go down, this is just, it's just a way to help you kind of filter through what is it. And if you think about that balancing act, you're going to be able to come out of it with a good way of thinking. On page 25, just want to point this out to you. These board bylaws are in your policy manual, and they are, this is the CSBA 9000 series. This tells you the numbers, the CSBA numbers for the board bylaws, and these regulate the board. So if you have a question about how you do something, it's very likely going to be, you're going to be able to find it in your board bylaws. And 9323 down there, meeting conduct, is very, very thick, and it has everything you can imagine about meeting conduct, including your public comment section. So it's got a little section in there about the Brown Act. So that's also a good thing for you to be thinking about. Okay, so I kind of got myself lost here. So after we've talked about this, so what did we decide? We decided that the board decides, what did we, so what is the difference? What's an easy way to remember? What's the difference between the board's role and the superintendent's role?
One supervises and one does.
Well, he does more than supervise.
Well, no, I mean, one oversees and one makes it happen.
Right. So you are an oversight body. Think of yourselves as staying at about 10,000 foot. I don't know if I have I don't think I have a helicopter in here. There's a wonderful story. Actually, it came home. Remember the Arizona firefighters that got caught in a fire? And there was just a recent issue, and not too far away from where that fire had been. What was that? It's almost a year ago now. At that point in time, so this is your job, is to see the big picture. And this story, I think, helps understand that. So there were a group of firefighters just recently, again, in Arizona, that got caught and got kind of lost down in the fire and couldn't figure it out. Well, there happened to be a helicopter up in the air, the battalion chief up there. And that helicopter had a complete view, right? And they were in minutes of having to deploy the tents that they used, which of course was devastating a year ago, or 6 months ago. And so, so starting to get a little panicky, they couldn't really see their way out. Well, the helicopter was able to see the way out and led them out in about 3 minutes. I mean, they had to run like fury, but they got out. And so it's the same thing in a school district. The board needs to be up at that 10,000 foot view. How do you get the helicopter off the ground? You each have a seat in the helicopter. Who's the pilot? Who's your battalion chief? Elliot, do you have your license?
Helicopter.
You're the helicopter pilot.
Wait, oh, now we're talking.
You like that? You have your license? So he's the battalion chief. But what can you all see from that vantage point? You can see everything. You can see if as that helicopter could see, he could see where he had to deploy the people. He could see where they had to cut a break. He could see where they had to come and dump the water. He could see the path to get them out of the way of the fire and get them out of the way of the fire. Right? What about those firemen on the ground? What can they see?
What's in front of them?
What's in front of them? And is it clear? No, cinders and ash and maybe wind. And that can, in one of our community relations modules, when we were talking about this, one of the persons said, one of the people in the room said, I was up on my roof, watering down my roof, and the fire burned around behind me and burned through my clothes. So So you can't, when you've got that helicopter, that hose in your hand, all you can see is kind of what's in front of you, and it may not be clear. It may be full of cinders and dust and other things blowing around. You don't know. You don't know even if it's your best friend telling you the story, whether that story is absolutely true or what they wish it was. Or if they're trying to put a good light on themselves. Just because they're coming to you with this story isn't, you can't be 100% sure they're telling you everything.
Or they may have not have, because it might be smoky, their perception may be off. I mean, their viewpoint
Right.
may be absolutely rock solid, it might be ethical, but they just don't see the big picture.
Yeah, yeah. So the point is, through your view, each of you, 5 people, a different view. We've got 3 people over here who've got a view. Each of you bring that view, and who do you feed it to? You feed it to your battalion chief. Because then he can sort through all of that and is going to help you arrive at the best plan. And that's the point, that staying at that 20,000 foot level. If we pick up that fire hose, we can create a huge, huge, huge disaster. And that's the story behind the big picture. I think you do have a helicopter in here somewhere. Maybe not, so we gotta check that. Okay, let's see, we ate lunch an hour ago. Are you okay to go till, I didn't set a time. See, this is what happens. You didn't remind me to set a time for your break, so we're not having. I'm just telling you. I gave you fair warning. How about if we break it 2? Okay. I want you to think about, take a second, and let's talk about creating and sustaining. This begins on page 26. You don't have to read it, but you've got a whole bunch of things here around norms. And norms for us at CSBA are behaviors. And we make a distinction between norms and protocols on purpose because we want to have that distinction when we're talking about it. Let's see here if I can find it. I rearranged my rearranged this booklet, and now I can't find it. Oh, here we go. So what we're trying to arrive at here, this is our spectrum. We start with our beliefs. We've got a whole bunch of beliefs over there. We're proud of the things that you're doing, your mission, a lot. You've got wonderful beliefs and a wonderful district going on. So what you believe, well, you have to translate that into your written beliefs, which we did a little bit of, into your mission and your vision and your other things are part of your beliefs. Then you translate that into your principles. So what is our principle? Well, if we believe that everybody in this district needs to be treated with respect, where does that start? It starts right there at that board table, right? With everybody treating everybody with respect. Doesn't mean I have to agree with you. But it says one of our driving principles is everyone who comes in front of this board and at this board table, and when we're here, and anybody here, will be treated with respect. And then that translates into your norms. So our meeting guidelines are norms, right there. So I want you to think about, and so that translates into how we behave. So what are our behaviors? Well, I'm going to be respectful. You're going to be respectful back. We're going to each have our own time to talk. All of those kinds of things. And then this is going to go down. But right now we're going to stop here at norms for a second. If you could think about those kinds of norms, and remember we've already got, can you all see the meeting guidelines, or do I need to bring them back? Do I need to bring them back over here so you can see them better, or can you see them? Does that help? Maybe if I move the barrier, would that help? Yeah. So those are norms. So I want you to think about other norms. when people in this community look in and see this governance team at work, what do you want them to see? What kind of behaviors do you want them to see this board exhibit? We're not going to call them meetings behaviors. We're going to talk about how you behave with each other.
We work together discussing
Okay.
the, whatever is at hand, the topic.
So, but just
Not
working
necessarily
together,
agreeing, but
right?
Working together, discussing the project
So we're going to work together respectfully.
respectfully.
Yeah. Okay, what else? Does anybody have another one?
Listening to each other.
They don't listen.
I respect the people that come to me.
Focus on the issue, not personalities or side concerns.
Now, there's nothing worse than when in the middle, all of a sudden, it becomes personal, right?
Participate.
Just plain and simply participate. So these would be norms or behaviors that characterize our team. Anybody can jump in here. This isn't just the board.
They come prepared to present or discuss or.
Just come prepared.
Prepared.
Be ready. Like Boy Scouts. Be prepared.
Don't use cell phones.
Okay.
I mean,
Set
they're fully involved in it.
set our what is that? Our
Devices.
yeah, turn off.
Yeah.
What are they called? Turn off electronic devices. There we go.
Except the board, where you have a computer.
No, you can't look at your packet.
We're waiting for someone to stand up and say, okay, you guys can't do that. You're not paying attention to me, you look up here.
Yeah, because and this is a really tricky one. You have electronic devices, you have computers at your table. So where does your focus tend to be?
You have to do both.
It tends to be on the
Tends to be
screen.
there on the screen.
Yeah, and so what do people think then?
You're not paying attention.
You're not paying attention. And especially if they're talking, where should your focus be?
On them.
On them. Yeah. And so, other than the agenda materials, you can't, the agenda online has been very, very helpful. Any of that where you're using it on the computer and it saves, on the paper and all of that. But it does set up, remember when we were talking about what you look like up there, it can give the wrong impression. So, when there's a person standing, where's your podium?
Right in the middle.
Right in the middle. So when there's somebody there, you need to, I don't know, scoot your computer, do whatever you can do so that you are making eye contact. Yeah,
Just leave it so that it doesn't come up.
yeah. Or set it, make it so that you are actually making contact with the person there. I had a board member one time say to me that we don't make eye contact with people when they're speaking to us because we don't want to, we don't want to be accused of agreeing or disagreeing with them. And I said, well, what do you suppose that does to the person's family? What would you say that feels like?
You're not paying attention.
You just don't care what you're saying.
You're not listening, you don't care what they have to say, they're not important. So you have to. Remember that board benign face. I mean, everybody's going to go home today and practice. Maureen DeMarco used to say, okay, now I've got my board benign face. Now what do those muscles feel like? Okay, I think I got it. I can do that. You know, how does my face feel when I've got that board benign face on? So really try and get it in there and think about that. I want to show you this one other. Where's that?
You know, there's a funny thing about
Everyone's
that.
going like
Yeah.
this. And
Yeah, what does my face look like? Because one of the things that you want to think about here, and this is one of my favorites, we teach this in community relations and advocacy, that your manner and then the way you're perceived is multidimensional. There are three things that people are listening to when you are that are hearing you communicate. The first and the biggest is which piece here? Body language. 58% of what people helps other people understand your communication is the body language you use. What's the next? Can anybody read that?
Tone of voice, yeah.
The voice tone. So it depends on my voice tone, how you're interpreting what I'm saying. And look at the words. 7% is in the words. Well, what do we agonize over as board members, administrators? The
I
words.
can say things good.
But what really matters is the body language. And so if you're not making eye contact with somebody, so you've got to figure out what does my board benign face look like, so that that person there says, okay, they're hearing me. And then should the board president always, when they're finished, thank you so much for coming. We really appreciate you giving us your thoughts. Even if it's the 800th time you've heard them and you're so because after all, they're your public, right? When I first started doing your Masters in Governance program, I forgot his name, and he used to be superintendent up in Northern California. They'll come to me in a minute. Anyway, he used to say to his board, "Is it democracy wonderful?" And the truth is, any member of the public can stand in front of their elected officials in this country and say whatever is on their mind. Do they have to know anything about it? Do they have to have their facts straight?
Never.
No. Do they have to agree with the board?
I'm going to sign
No.
it, so don't come again.
Don't come in. Don't come in.
That sends a
Oh my
message.
goodness, doesn't sound good there, Donna. But I mean, the truth is, so that's the reason. In other countries, people could be taken out and shot, right, for expressing their point of view. They're being shot daily in the world for expressing a point of view. I mean, look at what's happening in the world. It's frightening. In this country, I can stand up in front of the people I've elected and tell you what I think. It doesn't have to affect anybody but me. My idea can be the worst idea in the world. Not my problem.
Freedom of speech.
Freedom of speech. And so, isn't democracy? It is the freedom that we have. I mean, when I look at the way the world is blowing up right now, I think I'm running around half sick to my stomach most of the time. It's just like, ugh, what is this? And what are we bringing our grandchildren into? So you are one of the bastions of that. And showing your community, what does government of the people, by the people, for the people look like? That's what you're doing. It's a big deal. It's not a little thing. And we do it better on school boards than any city council I've ever seen. We certainly do it better than any legislature at either any state or federal level. School boards generally do local government better than any other body. Why? Why?
Because we're there for the people.
You're there for the who?
Kids.
You're there for the kids.
Well, but we're there for the.
But you don't often, I mean, when I talk to school board members, I say, well, what caused you to run for the school board? I really want to make sure our kids get the best education. That's such a year. And ask Memo sometime about the delegate assembly. I mean, I used to think when I was president or an officer of CSBA, going to those delegate assemblies twice a year. I wish that the state legislature could see this 370 member body in action. Because there are people there from every part of the state, every political persuasion, every ideology that you can possibly imagine, every ethnicity. I mean, it's like a patchwork quilt in there. And yet, get through some of the most difficult issues. And I've only ever seen it fall apart once. And I started at CSBA in 1985 and went to delegate assembly meetings until 2000. And I went to the annual conference every year up until this year. And I said, oh, that felt strange. But, I mean, here you've got this diverse group of people that are able to have those kinds of difficult conversations. And in recent years, there have been some really difficult conversations because of all of the tugging and pushing and pulling that people have gone on. And yet the delegate assembly works their way through it. So, you know, when I'm so tickled for what is happening here in 4. It's only 4.
I'm just reminding you.
Oh, okay. I'm just reminding you, it's
I
only
can't
4. He's ready for a break, I can tell. So, in fact, we can break for a little bit here, because I want you to think about if there are any other norms that either aren't here or aren't there that you think it would be important to have in place. And so if you look on page 27, here's some questions. What do I need from others on the team in order for me to be effective? And sometimes that means, well, I need to be respected, I need to be heard, I need to be whatever. What agreements would help us be most effective in doing our governance work, particularly during our public meetings? Now, these are behavioral kinds of things. If we get crosswise with each other, what norms might help us relate more effectively so that we can get through that kind of thing? So think of that. And then when we finish that, we're going to answer that last question. So I want the superintendent to be thinking about what do you need from this board to feel that you can do a really effective job as the chief operating officer. And he's going to answer second. And the next question is, what do you need from the superintendent in order to be a really effective governing body? Okay? So it's, how long do you need for the break? 10 after? This gives you 12 minutes. You have 2 bonus minutes. You don't have to. I mean, it's like, it's not mandatory. And you've got, I think there are lots of natural behaviors in this team. When norms become necessary is when you've got difficult behaviors. And that's when it's really difficult to, so about 6 months from now, or after you work together for a while, what I'm going to do is all of these notes are going to come back to you in the form of a governance handbook. It won't be complete because it's not complete. But about 6 months from now, one of the things that's important is when things are working well, that's the time to capture them. Because when things start falling apart, you can't stop. So if you already have things in place, this is how we do things. Right? And then that will help you.
I have one to add, because I think they were all too nice to add, not to add.
Okay.
And that's attack the idea, not the person. And that's because none of them do, but we've had people that do that. And you and I, we were talking a little bit about political parties. That's what they do all the time.
Yeah.
They always, it's always Senator so-and-so, instead of the idea.
I think one of those being listed, maybe it's.
No, we're done now. Wait, no. Oh,
Okay.
go ahead.
And maybe the idea is captured there. One of the things that at work that I deal with when we have conflicts is like, once we make a decision, you kind of get over it and move on.
Okay, so stand behind the decisions of the
Yeah.
board. Make a decision. What was the next thing you said?
And move on.
Uh,
Stand by it or move on.
And move on. Okay, and then, so then the second would be, then the other piece of this, did we ever put that up there? Stand behind decisions of the board? No. So that would be another one, stand behind.
While we're at it, get another one. And maybe it's, I don't know if it belongs here, but I always look at, we might have our differences, but, our differences are really small compared to what we have in common, If we look at, our kids, for example, our differences are so small and minute compared to the positive things that we bring.
So is that what you want to say? Remember, our differences are small compared to
Yeah,
what we have.
small compared to the positives, I'd say. See, I shouldn't say focus on positive.
But I like this because,
But I think, but that's not what happens in meetings a lot of times. It really isn't.
Any group, it's like, we're focusing on this little tiny problem, and we're positive, we're way out here, focusing on one thing,
yeah, this board has a lot in common. I honestly, I'm being very serious. This has been the most fun I've had in a long time. Because you just are, everybody's focused, you're focused on what it is that you're trying to do, you're focused on doing it together. I mean, it just, so, the truth is you lost the end.
You lost the end of the table.
Okay. So another way of looking at this question is how the superintendent supports the board is what do you need as board members from the superintendent in order to be able to be an effective governance team? And so sometimes the things are sufficient information for good decision making, timely information, no surprises, those kinds of things. So I want to just kind of get a list from you all about what you need from the superintendent in order to feel supported and in order to be a good governance team. Again, these are bullet points, so, and only one, and then it goes to somebody else. Okay? Done.
I'm going to say progress reports.
Pardon me?
Progress reports. I think sometimes when we have a topic and it goes around, but I don't think it always comes back to the board that was taken care of and this is what we did and case closed. I mean, and maybe we do. What I'm always afraid of is I'm going to forget.
Yeah.
Somebody's going to say, well, what happened on that? And I'm not going to know.
Yeah.
And I forgot to follow it.
Okay.
So I want to clarify one thing. Sometimes we do that in the Friday letter and in the confidential portion of the Friday letter. Okay. Because if it's like a parent came
It's got to be in public.
well, yeah, maybe confidential, but it's not really part of the appropriate for the confidential agenda. The only place we have to tell you is in the Friday letter, and we're very careful about giving, about giving board member one information and not telling the rest of the board. But I could call you and I could say, well, so-and-so came to the board, and they're right, their child, blah, blah, blah. But every board member has a right to know that. So it's usually going to come in the Friday letter for that, for a lot of things.
I mean, if we do a study, if we do something where we would all get that information before it's not completed yet, and we take 6 months to do or whatever. Sometimes I'm always wondering, did we hear that or didn't we? You know?
Do all
Just
school
to make
boards,
sure that we do that.
all school boards have a Friday letter? Some form of it?
Most that I think it's a pretty standard protocol.
I was just curious, I mean, I like the Friday letter, I think it's good.
Otherwise, it's really hard to keep up with everybody. In some small school districts, they do a lot by the superintendent and superintendent principals in some small districts do a lot of phone calls. But the problem is, you don't know when that happens, whether everybody's getting exactly the same information. You don't know who's going to ask what questions. So what Elliot is saying, that you're going to get progress reports, you're going to have some standard reports that are going to come to you at board meetings. The progress reports on stuff that maybe aren't rising to the board meeting level at this moment in time, they're very likely, that's very common, to have those kinds of things come to you in your Friday packet or your Friday letter.
Well, on that, I thought, if there's a question about something in progress, something, or we have a question, we can go to the administrator too. Like Paul, if she's working on something.
Is that the protocol?
I mean,
As long as it's cabinet level administrator.
Okay,
right.
so, right, because they're going to let Elliot know. I mean, in
Right.
our district, we always would call the superintendent and say, I have some questions on this, and then he would tell us.
Right.
But I mean, it seems like the protocol here is you're going to go and then they're going to let Elliot know.
Well, I think we're supposed to go to Elliot first, or call Denise, and then she'll say whether, yeah.
No, well, no, I've
Paul,
thought,
give an
I'm comfortable with you going directly in the cabinet member. I have no issue at all with that. We speak openly, we speak openly with you, so there's no hidden cards on that. I think one thing that kind of goes with that, and then maybe second guessing what you're thinking of, is when we start on something, I have in my mind, oh, okay, that needs to be done by the end of the school year, and you're thinking nothing happened on
In
it.
a month or two.
And
Yeah,
a
month
month or two. So maybe at the time a decision's made, it's saying, we'd like to hear a report back in a month or 2 months, or, even if nothing's happening, let us know what happened. So,
Yeah. So again, that two-way communication is, and for new board members, sometimes more information in this first year or so really is important because there's so much. It's like, it is hard to keep it all in your head. If you talk about that, what alphabet soup was that? I mean, I don't know what, so yeah, so I mean, just, but.
I really like the Friday letter. I
Yeah.
really think that.
Yeah. It keeps
It
you
gives
up.
us something to know before especially when it's right before a meeting, because then we can talk about it in a dinner, in our study session,
Okay, so,
so that's all they need from me.
that's all they need, okay, well, what what else do you need from the superintendent?
He's pretty good about giving us everything. It's so hard to think of something, especially.
Whatever
if
we
you're
want,
younger.
I think.
Whatever you want. Giving us whatever
I
we
think
want.
that's reasonable, and we have a part of the budget just for that.
I like that, I'm gonna come to this district.
Yeah, there's a fun.
I think one of the things is, what you're thinking about here now is you're setting up a governance process the way you want it to be. It may already exist. I think there are a lot of things in this district that are working very well for you. And so the point is, as I said before, you want to capture those things. Like, what it sounds like to me is Elliot has an open door policy,
Yes.
right? Well, is that how he supports you? Yeah. So having an open door policy. So it's not that it's something that you need that you're not getting. It's capturing what you are getting, so that as new people come on, you can say, these are the things. This is how we work with the superintendent. And so it isn't, I'm not trying to do a gotcha on him, or he's not going to be trying to do a gotcha on you, but it is, what is it that is going to help this team function as effectively as you can.
I would say two things that are happening now that seem to be working well is providing us with the necessary information, background information to be well prepared for our board meetings. And the second is providing us with progress reports in relation to ongoing projects in the district, for example, the implementation of the Common Core, regular updates in terms of what's happening, what stage are we at in staff development, what are some concerns that are surfacing that they're addressing.
Does that capture it, Emma, or do I need to add something else?
I got one more roll here.
Oh.
I was also.
No, I mean, did this?
Oh,
line-
I think that covers it
works?
there.
Okay.
I was also thinking from time to time when he anticipates something from the staff associations like Teachers Union and so forth, or any other thing that comes up that he anticipates is not going well, or there may be a problem, developing. He alerts us to that so that we are not caught off guard. If somebody all of a sudden gives you a call or says something at a board meeting, we know beforehand that that this may be coming.
And how would we receive that? Would we receive that closed session, or would we put that?
It
That's
depends
how
on
we usually, yeah. We try to, and that's usually where it comes under negotiations.
Or some other things too that can remind you of last Friday letters, email, and they're kind of alerted to that thing.
So that's really good.
Right.
Yeah.
And there's confidential portions in the Friday letter.
Right.
That's,
But we don't want to walk in here for a board meeting, we can't get through the door because the prosecutor.
The one thing, to piggyback on the second to the last there that Emma had mentioned was more of a top level view of where we are. I don't know, maybe there's something available already, but more of a progress. Here's the 3-year mark. Here's when we started and said LCAP. Where are we? Kind of give us some timelines at a higher level. Because I mean, for me, I'm learning a lot here, and even reading through this week's supporting documents a lot to go through, and I even gone back to like videos, past agendas, and see stuff. And
We're gonna put
It's
a
all a
star
little
on
bit
his head
confusing,
walking around the state. Check out this new board member.
and
Got
it was
it
the
all.
day that the agenda was this thick, the supporting documents.
Yeah. So top level overview of major projects and programs.
yeah.
Yeah, so that, sometimes, do you do study sessions here periodically?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, thinking through that. One of the things I'm just gonna remind those of you that are new is give yourselves the gifts of time. Because you're here for a while, and don't get just crazy because you don't understand everything now and it's not fitting. It starts fitting. You get 6 months in, you go, oh, okay, I get that piece. I put in another piece of the puzzle. And so you're going to be, it's going to come at you that way. You keep reading all this stuff and it's going to show up. And eventually you're going to go, oh, look at that. My puzzle is finished. So you're going to be in a good place. So.
And then we'll have educational reform and
Well, yeah, then they'll change it all. That's the other thing. Don't get too excited when you think you know what you're talking about, because then next week they'll change it all because they figured it out. Oh, board members all over the state understand this. Darn! We thought we had them flummoxed.
I would
Yes.
like to see that you specifically put in what Mary said about Common Core, because that's an issue upon itself that we ask for an update. It's up there on the other green one that you wrote. That getting an update on that, how everybody's doing, is really makes us feel more secure about the whole thing, the whole implementation. And it's often we'll hear, oh, my kid is doing wrong math at all, or you hear something and it's whatever it is.
Yeah.
Well, and sometimes Common Core and LCAP both have sent, in some districts, they've sent some shockwaves through some communities, and I don't know how it's affected here. I know in my daughter's school, she said, we had these people coming, I'm so upset about this Common Core, and she said, nobody will tell me anything. And my daughter said, well, we've had all kinds of public meetings. We've had them during the day, we've had them at night. You need to come and hear. It's not frightening. And your kids are going to do just fine. This is a good school, and we're working hard, and that's not going to change. But people in schools if they think their kids are doing really well, it frightens them, because it's a whole different way of learning, different way of teaching.
Well, my oldest grandson, is in the 5th grade, for example. And he can do the math and everything, he can get the right answer. But he couldn't get the answer they wanted him to pull off. So anyway, my daughter ended up saying, don't ask me every time I tell you it's not right. She got a tutor, it's a young tutor for him. Made a world of difference. And, so it's a different way of thinking. And sometimes kids aren't paying attention to what is actually being asked.
Well, I think the other problem is for those kids that are in 4th, 5th, 6th grade, how many years have they already had of learning in this particular way and being taught in this particular way? Now we've shifted it. And I know my oldest granddaughter is in 6th grade, and her friends, I was just eavesdropping on their discussion of Common Core math. And, I get the answers right. I don't understand why I have to sit down and I have to write. As only 6th grade girls can talk, right? I have to prove everything. I know I got it. And it's like, because that's all they had to do before was get the right answer. And what my daughter, 2nd grade teacher, will say to you, she said, when these kids that are in kindergarten, 1st, 2nd grade now are in 6th grade and they've had this all along, they're going to understand math. Understand math in a way that hasn't been understood in a very long time. And I mean, for me, it's like, I still don't remember my 7ths and 8ths and 9ths in multiplication. I mean, I'm trying to go 7 times 8, wait, I can't remember that. 8 times 7, okay, that one I can get. I mean, it's like, because I memorized it. I mean, it's like, so, because it was rote learning, and it didn't, it wasn't anything. Or my daughter, I'm talking to her about something, and she said, well, just think about it this way, and then I'm going, what?
Just a comment, sort of related, but what I hear from my wife lives in a recovery room, so she talks to a lot of people. The thing that bothers people the most is the Common Core homework. And we have a practice, hopefully everybody follows it, that homework is never first teaching. It's always reinforcement of what's been learned in the classroom. And really, I think it's such a disservice when parents have to figure out homework, especially when it comes to solving a problem. And you're right, it's funny because we had a senior who got to speak to Governor Brown, and that was exactly what he said. He said, for those of us who are good at math, we could get the answer, but now we have to explain the answer.
Yeah. And I can't, and I'm not good at math. I mean, I'm going to explain it. It's kind of, if it kind of appears magically. And so I could write that. Well, it just kind of appeared magically in my brain. I don't know.
Some of the little kids are
Right?
Don't you want engineers that can explain the answer? I just say, well, it's fine because the formula said it should.
Yeah. So, I mean, I just think the problem with all of this, because I think the Common Core is going to serve us well if we will let it go, and if we had given parents and everybody time. I just think the problem with all of this in education is that they move too fast. it's, you can't, you know, and the teachers are reeling and they're trying to, I mean, every day, it's like, my daughter said, you know, for those teachers who were used to just putting their, what I used to call ditto sheets, their copied pages on the table in the morning when the kids came on, doesn't cut it anymore. You can't do that. It's hard work. Common Core is hard work. And so, and for teachers that don't know how to teach that way, it's really hard work. And her she said, my PLCs depends on what we're talking about. And she said, some weeks they go just fine, and other weeks I feel like I'm in a boxing match. So she's the team leader for the second grade at her school. And so, I mean, you know, we've all got to understand this is new and it's different, and it comes to that, being respectful. And that's why I say the board has to understand. For some teachers, they're going to grab it and go. I mean, my daughter's grabbed it and going. She's not happy because it's taking so much time away from her family. And that's the piece for her. It's just like, I'm never home, and I'm never, and I just feel like I've got to work all weekend, and and at the same, whatever.
But I look at that as kind of out of our responsibility to support the teachers in the best way that we can.
There's nothing we can do about that. For
And I
those
don't
people,
know the answer to that.
there isn't an answer for that, because people that are like my daughter, teachers that are like my daughter, that are not going to shirk and not going to come up with a half-shoddy, assignment, they're going to do what they have to do. And I mean, she puts it in, and what it means is she doesn't sleep much.
Yeah.
So anyway, I mean, but all I'm saying is what you have to do is understand this last decade has been very hard on our staffs at the administrative level, and which shrank because we were so bloated before. Okay, anything else here that you all want to add? How he can support you?
Involvement in the city, county, state, and national education community, so he brings back
So we never
information it's not a word of mouth back side, it's direct information. Yeah.
There are facts.
There are no facts. It's all rumor.
Or pure fiction.
Yeah. Okay. Are we ready to go on to what Elliot needs from you? You ready?
What other things would go into there?
Chocolate?
Write that down, especially for the women.
I say that, and it brings a chuckle every time. The very first workshop I ever did, and there was the first woman. This was in the farming community in the Central Valley. The first woman ever elected to the board was one of the reasons that I was there. She was one of the newly elected members. And so we go down this and we get to the end, and she just looked at everybody and she said, I need chocolate. I really need chocolate. And that superintendent was there for, 10 years, 15 years before he retired. And every time they got new board members, I would go back and do the Good Beginnings workshop. And after that workshop, every time I go, there was a big kind of a glass thing, tall, that sat right in it, because their table was solid across. And when we have a meeting, that thing was there, and it was full of little chocolates. And it was always there. And he had one on his desk, and, it was funny. So he took that to heart. I said, that's why I've been here for so long.
But when my daughter was in high school, she was a manager on the football team at Riverville High School. And Coach Cochran was the coach back then. And every game before she went up, she was his right-hand person. She carried his headsets and the wires and took notes and everything for him. And he would ask, he'd give her money and say, go get me a candy bar. So he could go down and get a Snickers right before the game, and she would take it out to him. She ran for homecoming queen, and she had a velvet dress on, and she walked out in the middle of the field and handed him his candy bar. Both football teams just stopped. So it's not only women, it's men too.
Yeah, sometimes,
You gotta have that chocolate to get them there.
Get that chocolate, yeah. So I always throw that in when they say, well, what else could there be? There could always be chocolate.
And here, I thought you were gonna say something.
Okay, so what do you need? How does the board support you? Oh, you know what else should be up here that we didn't put up here? And this becomes really important. This is probably the most important thing. To the best of your ability, you don't ever want to be caught off guard, right? So no surprises.
And you can put that on both sides.
This will destroy a team faster. This will destroy a team faster than anything. If people start playing gotcha and trying to, catch people out doing the wrong thing.
And what kind of goes with that, which should be on both sides too, is no down cards.
What does that mean?
No hidden agendas.
Oh, no hidden agendas. Okay, I'll add it over there.
Yeah, that's true.
But I think probably the most important thing is clear direction on board decisions. When sometimes when motions change, they end up being a little bit muddled, and somebody will say, well, I go along with that, but, and there's 5 interpretations of the decision. It really needs to be clear so that I'm not trying to figure out, did Donna mean this, did Robert mean that, and the president, did she mean something else, so that it's clear.
So this leads to a really good protocol. And one of the protocol, the way we did it in our board meeting is after we had taken the vote, not on every single item, some of them are already clear, but if it was something that might have been muddy, then the board president would say, so I believe the direction from the direction from the board is, and then the board president would state it. And that way the superintendent would say, well, that wasn't exactly how I heard it, and then you can have a little bit of a conversation to make sure that everybody's clear or whatever. There's nothing worse than the next day the superintendent having to sit around with cabinet and go, okay, so what is it they wanted us to do? And we had a lot of days like that in my early days on
Somebody will say something, and then you don't think they went far enough, so you try to go the extra step, and then something gets left out.
Yeah. Okay, what else?
I just forgot what I was going to say.
Oh, well, that's good.
Well, one thing that we used to have a board member who was a fantastic board member, but this person would always ask for reports. And the board would kind of go, okay. And some of those reports took hours and hours and hours. So I guess what I do, and I don't know how to put this in a positive way, but really no favors or personal information or private information. Ask for nothing you wouldn't expect the whole board would get.
Well, and let's talk about this for a minute. And I'm going to give out the governance calendar for a second to show why that's not a good idea for special favor or special information. There are often on board members who think, well, I'm kind of the superintendent's favorite. He won't mind if I ask for this, or he won't, or she won't mind if I get this or that. Well, we can't be the superintendent's favorite because there are 4 people. And then all of a sudden he's got to have 5 favorites, and then he can't get his work done. And neither can anybody else on the board. 1, 2, 4, 5. This is that generic. This is 2-sided, so it's a lot.
But I do want to say, Leslie, because of the one that the memo put up about providing the board with information that they need to make decisions, I consider that a large part of my job because the decisions are complex. And so if it takes a few hours walking through something, I mean, a lot of times, like Paula or Tammy or Dave will spend days in a workshop on an issue. So if you really need to understand an issue, it's fair to make an appointment, even if it takes a whole morning to go through. I mean, it's much better than having you make an uninformed decision at the board dollars.
So if you look at this, and think about the first page, it doesn't really have a first page, it doesn't say 1 or 2, but if you think about effective governance, what you're doing today is you're having an effect, you're in, this starts in, so we're in January, and here, look at what you're doing. Go over from effective governance into January. Look at this, this board is spot on.
We work good.
You are very good. So, yeah, so, and then if you look down, you're gonna see, your priorities, you're gonna, if you go to January, you're gonna get the mid-year report on goals to the board, either this month or early next month. So, and then you're gonna report on progress. Now your LCAP makes some very specific things. So if you look right below that, under student learning and achievement, the LCAP is right below setting direction for the district. And so all of those things, so and that all flows in line with your goals, your vision, your mission, you know, all of those things. So all of those things are kind of flowing in here together if you're looking down here. But look at all the things that happen under student learning and achievement. Who's responsible for that? Dave, you're very busy. And one of the things that we always like to remind people is, if you turn it over and look at the very top, finance. We already know that you know that you are always working, looking 3 years out. You're working on this year's budget, and you're looking back, you're planning next year's budget, you're looking out to the future, and then you're reviewing last year's budget. So you're always working on 3 years at a time. Well, if you think about it, you're doing exactly the same thing in everything else. You're reviewing what you did last year in student learning and achievement, in your LCAP, for example. You're reviewing what you did last year, right? You're doing what you're doing right now, and then you're planning for the future. So you're always working. So all of these, you've got 3 years worth of stuff. I mean, this could be, you would need, you know, a big sheet of paper to really do all this. And so that's why I say, don't force yourself to think I've got to know everything there is to know right now, because you've also, you know, here you are in January. Well, look at all the things that happened before you got here. From July on, all those things have happened, and some of the things that are going to be happening from now until the end of June are dependent on those things that happened before you were even here. So just, you know, don't kick yourself and think, oh my gosh, I don't understand this. It's because now as you get into the next cycle, some of that's going to start getting clear. You see what I'm saying? So this is just kind of that litmus test for you. It also gives you an idea that if you start asking for reports that are kind of your favorite, well, when am I going to see the special ed report? Or when am I going to get the report on GATE? Or when am I going to get, you know, or I'd like to see the report on this, that, or the other. Look at all the reports. I mean, this represents a lot of reporting. And these are, anything in bold are legal deadlines. So like if you look on finance in March, well, in December, at your very first meeting, what did you receive? The audit report, legal timeline, and your first interim report, financial report. Were you here?
Oops. Oh.
You were here? No, were you here to know what went into that budget and all of that stuff? No. But you got the first interim report of a budget that was adopted last June, in January. And so I had one time, I was doing the new board member orientation at annual conference, and these two gentlemen, they'd run, and their whole platform was they didn't care for this particular superintendent. So they run on this platform of getting rid of the superintendent. They came just marching down, and I could tell they were hot to trot. And I said, well, what's going on? They said, well, we are so upset. What do you do when your superintendent sets you up? And I said, well, how did the superintendent do that? At our very first meeting, we had to adopt the first interim report and the audit report. Now, how could we possibly do that? Well, the truth is, there is no place in the law for individual names and faces. This body is the body is the body. The board is what matters. And there are no individual names, there are no anything. So it doesn't matter to the law that you weren't there while all that work went into that budget and while it was being put in place. But at your very first meeting, you're going to receive that first interim report. And it takes CBOs, how long does it take to understand a school district budget?
I'm still working on it.
I know. And I've been doing this for a since 1985. I can tell you a cursory understanding. What you have to do is have enough of an understanding to know that there are checks and balances in place, that you can trust what's coming out of your financial department, and you need to be able to know how to read it. And if you don't do any other program, any other class at CSBA, you need to go to the finance class. They will show you how to read those reports. They'll show you what's important for you to understand, and they walk you through it in a way that is, if anybody can explain it, Ron Bennett can explain it, John Gray. They're the only two people in the world that I think really understand it. So, but it's the same about all the rest of this. I don't know if you are aware that your layoff notifications, if anybody's going to be laid off, they've got to be notified by March 15th. Well, you don't have any idea yet about a lot of things. So you're giving those layoff notices, and you don't really have the final data on a lot at that point. So, I mean, just remember some of this stuff, it sounds like it makes sense, and everybody would like you to think it does, but look at the scope of the work. So it's the other reason not to be throwing in other things. Also, if you have an interest in something, figure out where it fits, and then see, maybe it's already on here. Or call the superintendent and say, when do we get the enrollment reports? Instead of asking for a different report, when is that going to come up? It's going to come up. Yeah, and all of that, okay? So what else do you need from them? Sir?
Really to come to board meetings prepared. Just ask questions ahead of time, rather than put us on the spot.
Yeah.
And when I say us, I certainly don't know the details of every item in the agenda. And even the assistant superintendents don't. There may be a travel request, there may be a purchase request that looks troublesome to you, and nobody's going to know off the top of their head that we bought 100 reams of paper from ABC Paper Company and why we didn't use DEF Paper Company. So it's important to give us an opportunity to bring the information. And then it's fine at the board meeting to say, I called with a question about this agenda item, and I reviewed it, and I still disagree with it. That's fine. But at least, let us know if there's information that you need beforehand.
Okay. Anything else? Chocolate?
No, I don't need chocolate. Frozen yogurt. Anybody
Frozen
that
yogurt.
happens to be driving by Pinkberry, if you want to stop there, that's
Anything else?
it's kind of hard to us for the same reason it is for them, because this is a good board. If they weren't a good board, I'd probably have other things I'd be saying.
Yeah. Well, but it's good to get it written down, because what you've got here and what the board needs to get used to is you've got to be willing to call him when you hear something, when you know something, when you think something, and go to Elliot. He's your go-to guy. Don't be out there, calling. You hear, oh my gosh, I heard there was a riot on the high school campus, and oh my gosh, did something happen today on the high school campus or not? And so he needs to hear from you. Again, it's that being up in that helicopter with your viewpoint. People that know you may not know or feel comfortable calling anybody here on this side of the table. They're going to call, a board member that they know.
And I guess I would add, and I can't imagine that anybody on this board would do this, but don't throw anybody under the bus. And I personally don't care that much, but if you do throw me under the bus, you're really throwing somebody, but you're throwing somebody else under there's oftentimes a teacher, a coach, somebody on staff that really was the one that did that. And we look to solve, not blame, so I think that's important.
Yeah, I mean,
And
we
each
were-
other, as far as that
Yeah,
goes.
don't throw anybody under the bus. I mean, nobody should be under the bus. You should all be up, sitting up.
Those bus wheels are big.
Those bus wheels are big. Okay, we have 7 minutes. I just want to give you this one, in your folders toward the back, I think it may be on the, I don't know which side it's on, whether it's on the right or the left. It says leading through complex change. This is adopted from Michael Fullen's work, and I think he is an amazing, it's just amazing how he thinks about this. And for me, remember I mentioned to you, there's a document here that will help you when you're thinking about the kinds of questions you should be asking on major reports. It's this one. It's this big, and mine has arrows in it, and yours has.
That's in there.
No.
No, that's in there. The sample.
Oh, they gave you the sample cover
Yeah.
Oh, this is Renata. She reads my mind. I think she knows. I think Renata, if I didn't ask for something, she just threw it in because I used to ask for it, so she knew. She's not completely on the bicycle yet. It's administrative assistants. They all are going straight to heaven. I guarantee. So did everybody find this? Did you all find it? Okay. If you look, there are these 5 elements across the top that lead effectively through complex change. What's the first thing you have to have? You have to have a vision. What's next? You have to have the skills to be able to do whatever it is you're being asked. What's next?
Incentives.
Incentives. Is that money in education? Not usually. Are they going to turn it away? No, but that's not what drives most educators. I mean, they're not going to pass it up if you offer it. But most people want to be recognized for the good work that they're doing. And then what's next?
Resources.
The resources. If they don't have the materials that they need in order to do this job well, they're not going to do it. And they also have to have an action plan. And that's a really well done action plan that helps them get there. Now, if I had been drawing this, and I'm not Michael Fullen, I would put the action plan right after the vision. Because I think because in the action plan, how you get the skills, all of those things. To me, it would go the other way. If he did this, and I didn't call him. But that's going to lead to change. Look what happens if the vision, if you don't have a clear vision. What is the result of that? Confusion. And look what happens if you don't have, if your staff doesn't have the skills they need. What does that lead to? Anxiety. And then, if they don't have any kind of incentives, they're not getting a pat on the back, if they're not getting, time to work with each other. These PLCs, I think, are some of the best. Do you have PLC, professional learning communities here? They're just the best things ever because teachers are supporting each other in this, what's this really, really, really hard work. So that's, for my daughter, that's one of the best incentives. Sometimes it's a big headache because she's got some folks in her PLCs that kind of stick their heels in and she wants to slap them. Then the fault part of my mother. She doesn't slap them. But if there aren't any incentives, you're going to make that change, but it's going to be slow. And then what happens if there are no resources?
Frustrated.
They get really frustrated. If I don't have the tools to do this work, I'm going to pull my hair out. And if there isn't a clear action plan, what happens?
They can't get started, so they can't get to a good beginning.
So they don't know, okay, what, right? I got all this stuff, but I don't have a plan. I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing. So I want you to think now, and I want to hear from the administration for a second. In the last 2 years, when we've been doing the Common Core changes and the LCAP, what would you say has happened according, if you're looking at this chart.
Lots of these things.
All of the bad stuff.
But there's one big one. It's funny because as you were going through this, I was thinking the exact problem with the Common Core is really that there were none of those things.
No.
But primarily for classroom teachers, there was no incentive.
Right.
We had to go in and kind of give the incentive that exactly what you were saying, that 5 years from now, kids are going to be learning better. But it had to come from their own experience. It was all top down, and that was really some of the reaction in Common Core, even though it wasn't, quote, federally adopted, it feels like it.
Yeah,
And so to the classroom teacher, why would I want to change? You know?
yeah.
Now, as ours have become involved in the process, the incentives become intrinsic. But that,
Yeah, and that's for a lot of really, you're fine teachers and you're fine administrators. It is intrinsic. I mean, I've done this job and look what's happening here. I can see what the difference is that it's making. And then getting the pat on the back or the, you know, or the little red apple that's sitting on their desk some morning, saying thanks. We used to do a really silly thing in Palm Springs when we had our Teacher Appreciation Day. Each board member would take different schools and we took bushels of apples to each school. And we just left them in their boxes.
No.
So it's not a big deal. It's just being recognized. So we'd stick them in their boxes with that, you know, and with a note from the board, we really appreciate the hard work.
It's
And
interesting, you can kind of see this happen around the board. At the beginning, our plan sort of took these elements into account, but in the very beginning, our teachers were horribly anxious because they didn't have the skills.
Right.
And as training has happened, and now they're concerned because they don't have the resources because we're in the middle of adopting text. So
Right.
but you can see where the holes are and how, you know, how that impacts
Yeah.
the staff.
So did we have an action plan? Was there an action plan at the time? So we
Well,
started
at the
with an
beginning
action
there
plan.
wasn't, though. At the beginning you were kind of building it it was like you gotta do this and you gotta have these, you know, and you start, people felt like there may have been in some people's minds that people were stealing things from other states, we're going to wherever, I don't know how you did it here. Did you start with an action plan?
Yeah,
We did, we started with a steering committee of teachers back in
Oh, super.
2011, so
Yeah.
we developed an action plan early on.
Yeah, so you were well ahead of the game.
Yeah, I was talking big picture because
Yeah,
our teachers have been incredible. I mean, they have developed the skills. They've been building the plane while it's flying.
Yeah.
It's just been
yeah,
fantastic.
and it's amazing. And I would say Mark Wiener, who's retiring from Newhall Elementary School District this year, I mean, I don't know what they're going to do with that. But I mean, it comes from that leadership of the administration, turning everybody loose, you know, and that's what he's done. It sounds like that's what's happened here. I mean, when the teachers get it, and in the beginning it's hard, and they're, but then pretty quick it starts falling into place, and then now they own it. I mean, my daughter would say, I've been on that committee now since the beginning. I own it. And not only that, but they're out teaching other teachers. I mean, one of the things that she's doing on Thursday is she's got a training where she's going and doing a demonstration for a second grade group at another school. So
Does this work for most everything? In other words,
everything, and if you can think about, I mean, all you're doing in school districts is leading to complex change. So here's the way you can use this in your meetings. So, you know, and what you should be looking for in your action plans. How does this relate to our vision, our mission? So that's a good question. Sometimes you can answer it. It's real easy to answer. Do our teachers have the skills? And what are we doing about that? You know, how are we handling that? This sounds like a new initiative. How are we making sure that our staff has the skills to do this? Have we built incentives into this? What are they, and how would that work? So these are good questions for you to ask. What kind of resources are necessary to do that? So they're the good questions, and then you can also say to people, and then, you know, does your action plan, see, that's why I said, to me, the action plan belongs on the other end of this, because all those things should be in the action plan. So your vision, then your action plan, and then you need all those things to make it work.
Well, I was thinking because Trent is going to be our or nominating.
It's on the agenda this
It's on the agenda, well, no, but I mean, yeah, sorry. But I mean, we're developing someone to oversee the ballot.
Yeah, it's 3 o'clock, that's what happened.
The
All our
ballot.
brains
We
turned
gotta go to
off.
midnight. God.
It's 3 o'clock. we're
And that's what I was
2 minutes over.
wondering if this is something that he might need to incorporate to make us more aware of what's going on. This might help us understand what.
Yes, these actually have been discussed before. It's a technical one, but also even when we use it as a promotional document. Because I think it is very important that when we have a thankful for what you do, it's really supportive.
It's just a good way of thinking about things. These are 5 things that are necessary if we need to change successfully. So look through those and talk about it.
I think sometimes like one thing that isn't on this stuff yet, once you got the key on, it's like, this ask you this, but you felt it was really good rush from the state, and you trying to figure it out, and how are you getting the money now, what does it look like, you got half of it coming in and running with it, and then you got capital, but capital don't this anymore, so it's just, and all of this, the confusion, the anxiety, the frustration, all set in because that had been set in place first.
Right.
Before it was just, you can't tell the path where that is.
Yeah.
So it was, yeah.
So it really plays out, and it really plays out here as well. And it also helps you understand why people have felt so anxious over the last year and a half, because nothing is clear in the general fundamental things. Okay, we have, I think, we didn't get to protocol. We talked about some level. I think we did one protocol on Manhattan and points somewhere. Where it is, it will turn up on our whole papers up. But going back, getting people back into the system really is possible place. We'd like to kind of give a recap of what you think we did today.
A lot of it good. My brain is stuck.
I don't mind to talk to that finance somebody else.
I think we developed some goals for the board to build on for the year.
Sometimes about around your governance issues and some things to think about.
I think we have a good idea of what we're going to be getting into making these changes to. Maybe we'll be better prepared.
You're ready, I'm asking you guys to teach foundation. And should they be ready on the So, yeah.
Cheryl's taken it 4 or 5 times.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask you, you're gonna be there, right? We're gonna go and just turn it over to Elliot and Cheryl. What do you think? There's nothing, we don't think it's CSA on that governance system. And foundations is all about essentially what we talked about today. But we talked about it in much higher degree. You're gonna hear someone say, "Yo, half black," anyway, right? Okay, I already thought of it. So essentially what we did today was we reviewed a good portion of the CSA of the governance system. And the plan here is this isn't the beginning of the end. But rather, this isn't the end, this is just the beginning. In order for this group to stay strong and healthy, and you're the best I've seen in a long time, and I don't say that lightly. I mean, this is just been so much fun. So the next steps for you have got to be thinking about 6 months from now, just reviewing this. I'm going to type all of this up, I'm going to send it back to you in the form of governance handbook, and at 6 months from now, you want to take a look at it. And, well, first of all, you want to take it to a board meeting and change it, whatever you need to make sure that I am doing things still in it, it does reflect you, and then adopt it. Now you've got a beginning of a governance document, you can do it. In about 6 months, take a look at it again. Schedule maybe 1 hour in the evening sometime, and just sit down and talk about it. Is there anything we need to talk about? Is there a protocol we need to put in place? Does anybody have any questions about how we do something? So your next steps really need to be how do we keep this momentum going so that this board and this team stays as healthy as you are and continues to learn and grow. I'm just a firm believer that learning, growing, and playing together is the most important thing you can do. So any other questions from anybody about anything? Okay. So if you have a building or think evaluation work, you could just by doing that and please see me on my folder here, that would be great. And that way I get that way I schedule that I have to show up. We're not making it work out there.